I hope Fred got some sleep and ate some food before getting his sippy ready.
Good morning, owlets and netherlings alike. I can tell you apart easily by which one is more ready to abuse me verbally. Hello, I am Fredrik Knudsen. For those of you who are maybe unfamiliar with me coming from Zander's stream. And I am joined by Zander. Obviously.
Wow. Why, hello there.
One moment. I suppose I can show him to all of you. I guess that's the price that we pay for getting to show me. Wait, I have an expression for this. Wait, I have something for this. For getting to show... Let me make sure I'm pressing the right button. Wait, yes. Me. Aren't I lovely?
Oh, well, aren't you adorable?
Absolutely aren't I fabulous?
Adorable. Right.
Oh, and also there's Zander.
Charming. Oh, yeah, I'm also here. Hi, everyone.
Oh, no.
Hello, owlets.
It's been a little while since we have streamed together.
It has been, but thank you for inviting me back. It was lovely the last time I got to swing on by, and I'm really glad to be back with the owlets and, of course, dragging my own netherlings here with me.
To be honest, any excuse to read good, weird literature is always a good time, and you are a fantastic excuse to do so.
It was really fun last time. You introduced me to I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. And that was fantastic. I'd never got the chance to read through that before, so you got to introduce me to some absolutely amazing literature.
It is a fascinating story. I think it was one of those stories that properly captured the angst of someone living through a time period where everything was changing.
Right.
It's like usually we're annoyed by boomers like saying, everything's changing, everything's different. But I feel like I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream was a proper, like, guttural yell of that terror. And I think that was much more relatable than a person sipping light beer on their lawn and complaining about how different the world is.
It felt like the echoing scream of culture shock almost.
Yeah, I think that is a good description of it. But welcome in, everyone. For those of you who are unfamiliar, this is a new tradition that I've started where, wait a minute. What's that? Oh, there's like a circle on Mochi's face, and it's because there's a Fugi that I neglected to remove.
Oh, I thought Mochi was just loading.
There we go. No, Mochi is fully loaded. With
Mochi
mulch.
was buffering.
Mochi was buffering the mulch. Yes, but now they are full of mulch.
Nice.
Ready,
Also,
absolutely ready to sprout.
Oh, I saw you making your matcha. I was watching the little loading screen. That's so delightful seeing you do that. There's something strangely fulfilling. It's like watching a terrarium.
Well, to open up the hood a little bit, it also helps to show stream how close we are to actually starting. Right? It's almost like a non-linear progress bar.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, so we're in the stage where he's still wetting the whisk. Okay, good. Oh, now we're in the stage of like making the paste, right? It's sections, it's steps.
That's so clever. That is really, really clever. Then there's just me with my club music that I do once all the way through.
To be fair, that also is valid, right? It's another more linear, but still not necessarily marked as linear in the minds of people way to introduce stream. We're talking shop.
Right. Although the Netherlings in chat will tell you that my stream intro music is some of the best around. So that's like a point of pride.
It is good. It is good. It's comfy. You are like comfy vibes.
Yeah, I'm like jazz club comfy.
You know, your streams have the vibe that I get from hanging out in VR chat and not talking. Right, just picking a group and then just vibing with them.
Right, of course. Like I get that. I really, really get that. It's nice to just feel comfy and cozy, and sometimes things get just a tiny dash lewd at times, just a tiny dash.
It is very funny how my viewers have decided that I am both incredibly gay, but also impossible to be viewed as like a sexual being in any way. Like I am simultaneous. Like I get all of the stream malices with none of the stream benefits, right?
Oh,
like I get to be called gay, but I don't even get any dick.
Yeah, gay furry VTuber Fredrik Newsom.
Yeah. Literally, one of my viewers at the beginning, right? I'm about to go live, and I glance at chat, and someone says, someone says like, twink, like what? Frail hands, twink. I'm like, great. And I double check. And yup, there is a long-term subscriber badge next to their name. Yup, that's one of mine. Yep.
Fredrik Newsom, frail-handed, twink, furry VTuber. Gay furry VTuber.
I have spindly fingers. The problem is they're not wrong, right? Like my hands are soft, and even when I was an athlete, right, my hands were soft. They like I had calluses on my palms, but like they were still soft. And I have very long, spindly fingers, right? Very, very helpful for playing the hurdy-gurdy and getting some of those,
like... You have artist's hands. That's what my grandmother would say, artist's hands.
Yeah, a kind person would say that I have pianist fingers. An unkind person would say I have spider hands.
I've never heard the term spider hands before. Oh, goodness.
Oh my god, Netro. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh my goodness. I hope some Netherlings picked up some of those.
Thank you, Netro.
Yeah, thank you so much. And by the way, Rising Pressure, thank you for the 300 bits as well. And Kippy for the 300 bits. And Ultrasonic Aeron for the 11 months. Plico for the 35. Oh my goodness, and Contraperi for the 35 as well, and Plico for another 400 bits. Oh my goodness, thank you. And Buck the Star for the 26 months. Thank you so much, all of you.
Oh, nice.
Yowie fingers, yes.
Yowie fingers, yes. Yes, I agree.
I'm excited for today's topic. I want to get into it quickly.
Yeah, okay, then don't let me hold you up.
Well, there is... Oh, no, please hold me up. Please hold me up.
Oh, well, if you ask that nicely.
Please.
Oh, well, when you say it like that. Oh, actually... this is weirdly off topic, but on the lewdness, I don't know if you saw, but I did like a merch drop last night.
Oh, I didn't see. No.
Check have a quick glance at my Twitter. I want to see your reaction. Okay,
here, I'm going to share my screen with you and then share it, and then after I see it, share it with stream.
Okay.
Let me see.
I need to see your reaction to this. The Netherlings know what's coming.
There we go. Oh, good. The first thing that shows up in my Twitter feed is Mary saying, if I fuck a guy, but I keep all my clothes on, is it still gay?
Yes, Mary.
Let's see. Shoot. It's underscore.
Oh, it's just Zander, the brand.
Oh, right. There you go.
There we go.
It figured it out eventually.
16
Okay,
characters
let me
was
see
too
this.
much. All right.
Let me see this. I did insist on this. Okay.
Yeah, that's...
Summer merch. Here we go.
But I'd say,
I see.
Yeah. The picture you saw before was a zoom in.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
He sees. Okay.
He sees.
Oh my God, he's got those well, what do you call them? Cum gutters. Morty, that's disgusting. Let me show all of you. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to adjust it on my end, on the views. There we go. The window here.
Go for it.
Look at this. Look at him. His hips are forming a line pointing directly where your eyes are meant to go. Isn't it lovely how the body is designed in such a way to guide your eye precisely where it is meant to go?
Oh, yeah, it's wonderful. You know, some of the beauty of creation and all that. I was going to say, it's just the little side stitching on the swimming shorts that I liked.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, let me...
Yeah. Well, let's get the stream demonetized.
Yeah,
wait, we're not on YouTube. We don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Come on, Twitch, fuck me up. Mess me up, Twitch. Look.
Oh, goodness.
That design, it's like... I feel like it's reminiscent of, like, the... How do I describe this? It's almost like a short skirt, right?
So that's actually a really, really good notice. So I actually came in with like a 5-page design document when they asked me for ideas for it. And I actually insisted on like the side stitching. And I even like had a breakdown of like women's fashion from the last like 2-3 years, men's fashion from the last 2-3 years, and like what I wanted to incorporate into this. And I even had like little drawings, little designs. Like I was ridiculously hands-on with this. It needed to be done.
That is incredibly you.
Yeah, I actually have a real passion for clothing design, which is something I don't often get to dabble in. But I actually did study for about 3 months costume and stage makeup.
Yeah, that's so cool. I don't know. That's just cool. I think you're neat.
That, and I was sick of male VTubers looking like they were Ken dolls with absolutely nothing packing. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes. Yes. I think like I wonder. Now I wonder. Do you think it's because... Do you think that maybe the men in the VTubing space were designed in such a way to keep the chastity of the female VTubers who are like the dominant parts of the space, right? Like there were female VTubers were like the start of it being generally accepted, and then men came in, and the designs needed to be made in such a way that they didn't like impinge upon the purity of the female VTubers. Like they had to accommodate them.
I think it's something like that. I think that because female VTubing has always been much larger than male VTubing, I think that male VTubing in a corporate setting historically takes a lot of its cues from what has been successful in the past. So they've seen that sort of...
The successful VTubers don't have dicks, and so don't give them dicks.
Don't give them dicks. Make them look like a Ken doll, you know? VTuber sex, yeah. Let's rub the lumps of silicone that we have together. No, but I was very I was very much like I'm very much about having fun whenever I do merch drops and stuff like that. And I did the underwear the first time, and then I did the this the second time, and I like just going crazier and a little bit more. I don't know. I don't want to say like slutty, but a little bit more free and fanciful each time I do it.
It is fascinating to look in from the outside on VTubing, right? Because I have kind of an interesting relationship, right? Like, I have lots of friends in VTubing. Like, I know a lot of large streamers too, right, in the VTubing space, but I'm still not embedded in it in the same way. Like, I'm my own thing. And I feel like an anthropologist sometimes, right? Like, I'm Jane Goodall and an ape among different apes, studying their behavior. The only difference is that I'm not. No, you know what? No, I'm not going to say that, because I'm not going to get dragged into Mike's attempted lawsuit. Okay. Mike continually says, like, he keeps amplifying the idea that Jane Goodall was fucking the apes. And he keeps saying it like full-throated, chest out, as if he's trying to invite a lawsuit from the estate of Jane Goodall.
Wait.
Yeah, he calls her ape fucker Jane.
No, wait, legitimately, she wasn't?
I don't... I guess there's no way to know for certain, is there?
Yeah, I thought that was, like... I don't know. That I'd heard I'd heard Mike's thing on the internet, like, before it came from Mike.
No, he's making that shit up.
Is he making that up? Because I swear that's been a thing before.
Yes. Potentially $1 million bit. Yeah. Chat. When chat says next bit, that's the kind of bit they want. The kind that will get Mike sued for defamation. Though, I guess be on the lookout for a gorilla that has Jane-like features, I suppose.
Jane-like features. Wait. Mike is not the first person to make that joke. See, it wasn't. I wasn't the only person.
Oh, definitely not.
There were. Right. Okay, you understand how this factored into my understanding, because I thought I thought it was like the CIA experiments with the dolphin.
We're going to send you thought that hold on, wait a minute. Okay, Zander, you have been operating under the assumption that Jane Goodall was an FBI agent sent into gorilla colonies to jerk them off.
I mean, not like that. Not like no like that. No, she didn't
not like that. Not like that. Is that so? Explain then.
Wait. I didn't think she worked for the FBI. Okay. We know about the CIA dolphin thing, right?
How yes, my good friend Atrocity Guide made a whole video about it.
Right, like the researcher got too close to like the thing they were studying.
Right.
Like I just kind of figured that, like that might have happened there. And that's why people joked about it. And it was like, some people think it's true, some people don't think it's true.
Actual Pigeon, this is a pretty representative moment of stream, actually. I want to say, no, we're not always like this. Nah, we're always like this. Like, who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? Jane Goodall studied chimps. Okay. Man. Yeah, we need the man emote pretty bad, I think. The horse looking out on the ocean. Man. If I search... Let me show you. This. Open. Thank you.
Oh.
This. Man. Haunts.
Yeah, same.
Man.
When you deep dive into the internet too much.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Man.
that's how it feels. That's how it feels to be me.
Nice.
Oh, speaking of, finish the script for the new Down the Rabbit Hole.
Hey, congratulations.
Final,
I know you have been working really hard on that.
It's, oh my god, okay, this script took so much longer than a lot of my others because, and I figured out the problem. Okay, you ready for this? You ready for this?
I'm ready.
The reason
I'm
that
ready.
the Eve video took so long is the same reason that this video about Foxhole has taken so long. It's because all of my videos up until this point have been showing a thing, and then the thing is self-evident. And the script is me describing in order the things that happen in a very specific way that, you know, allows for flow. And it's not just a textbook statement of like this happened, then this happened. But the research is very self-evident much of the time, right? Like, here's like the thing I am talking about is the thing that is literally on the screen, right? There's no ambiguity.
Right.
With the Eve video and with this Foxhole video, all of the information had to be triangulated from multiple sources and the story teased out of the facts.
Right.
And so
I just finished. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna.
No,
I
go
just
ahead.
finished the Eve video, so I can. I see how much goes into like, really just triangulating the events and actually getting a real linear story out of it.
Yeah, it's hard because things aren't laid out neatly, right? Like with the Per Cat Cafe, they're all the posts, and the posts are self-evident, right? Like we have a specific order of them, and you can see the progression clearly. Deep Blue was like that as well, right? Like the fact that the games happened and these reports talking about it were clear, right? Like they are self-evident. With Eve, sometimes, like most of the time, I just have to take people's word for it. But that's not enough, is it? I have to be very careful about how I phrase it and also take into account other things. Like, oh my god, the Casino War, 5 different perspectives on it.
Dude, the Casino War chapter was crazy.
Trying to piece that together, trying to piece together anything in Eve was awful. It was brutal. And putting together the story for this Foxhole battle was also tricky because most of the stories are anecdotal, and I have to rely a lot on video, and I have to suss out where this is happening specifically, but one small exchange is only a small part of a 3-day-long battle that I'm trying to condense into an hour and a half.
Right.
It's hard. It is. These last 2 projects for Down the Rabbit Hole have been so much harder.
Similar with the triangulation of separate sources, I imagine. Reading the different accounts from the
I remember
court-martial.
the thing that
Yes, that was
struck
hard.
me. Yeah, I remember the thing that struck me with the Eve Online, just whole documentary there, was how many layers of understanding you had to build and cultivate within your audience in order to comprehend the latter half of the video.
Right.
Because it starts off so simple. Space sim, it's not World of Warcraft. It's like a spreadsheet, you know? Like it's like a spreadsheet that you play. And by the end of it, you're going into like galactic politics, off-site casinos, the ore trade, the morality of introducing paid ship bundles into the economy, CCP versus the people, the power of Goon Squad. It's insane at that point.
Yeah, it was. I think at one point I counted 13 narrative threads that I had to keep track of. Like I counted at one point, and I can't remember what it was, but it was a lot, right? It was more than 10, and keeping those going and explaining things while also making sure not to over-explain, and then introducing ideas later on as well. That was a huge challenge. And I'm also struggling, like there are a lot of similar challenges with this video, and so it's taken a million years Final count was was it 19?
19.
Was it 19? Christ. I'm diminishing it in my memory.
Oh, yeah, there were propaganda networks as well.
Yeah.
How did you negotiate through the propaganda networks when so many of them were actually presented and endorsed as legitimate news sources?
A few times I had to like go by a few different sources and competing sources. That's why sometimes you saw me saying, these people said this happened, these people said that this happened. And like, you know, figure out the truth is kind of hard to tell, but also interviews. I interviewed quite a few people. Like I did a lot of interviews for the Eve video.
Yeah.
And it was complicated.
Yeah, no, I saw how many interviews and how many people you somehow managed to dig up during all of that as well.
Made some friends along the way too, though.
Nice.
Yeah, I keep in contact with a few of the people that I interviewed. It's nice.
Oh, that's sweet. Actually, your video got me to try out EVE Online.
Yeah, you were saying that you've been doing some high sec mining.
Yeah, I fell into needing, because I felt like when I got to make maybe the 2/3 through, or maybe just under 2/3, I was like, if I want to keep up with this, I need to get some type of experience with this firsthand. You know, I need to understand it a little bit more, like inside and out, you know?
Right.
You've done a marvelous job presenting it, but also I wanted to get the experience from the side of the people who were dealing with like these sudden changes in the economy by CCP and like these huge empires falling apart and like reforming, and the open bounty on the Imperium and all of that. I needed to see that. So I gave it a try, and I started mining and hauling materials from one part of the galaxy to the other.
That... How did it feel? It really, I feel like the game communicates that sense of immensity well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, the sense of immensity is insane. I haul stuff like 4 to 6 star systems, and then suddenly you realize there are hundreds of star systems. And I'm like,
Thousands.
4 is thousands of star systems,
Thousands.
sorry. And I'm like, oh, this is a long journey going like 6, 7 star systems to sell this on for like 10% more profit. Ooh, well, it's been a long day. And then I realized there are people hauling massive, like entire freighters from one side of the galaxy to the other.
And you see them
sell.
sometimes. Like when you're just on your trips, you're like, oh wow, that person is in a massive freighter, and here I am in my little ore hauler.
Yeah, I got messaged in like one of the little system hangouts because I was trying chatting with like some randoms because I wanted to see if the people were nice. And this random group of like 3 people, 4 people were like, hey, we're going to try and rob one of these giant haulers. Do you want to join us for it? And I was like, no, I just got my fancy ship. I think I'm going to be a good boy and respect the law. And I kind of saw later on when I was just out mining, they were somewhere like a little bit away during one of my little hauling trips. And I saw the ship that they had intended to like blow up, and it was completely fine. But I was like, oh, it like had like all of one tiny dent on it. And I was like, oh, they're all dead, aren't they? Oh, they're all dead. They're definitely dead.
Wait, okay, I gotta know. Was it a low-sec gank?
Low-sec, indeed.
Okay. I was gonna say, if they were in
no, if they try high-sec,
they're
they were
very
dead already.
Yeah.
They were dead already. These were noobs trying to hit a gank in low-sec after just finishing the tutorial and thinking they knew how to run criminal stuff and run piracy.
The police aren't here. We can totally get this freighter. Totally.
Dies.
I think one of the favorite things I learned about in Eve when I was like researching was the low-sec pirate gangs. and how they played a really important part in one of the biggest wars. How they're like this little, not well-known part of the game where they just go around and fuck each other up. It's sort of like the in-game police knows of their existence, but they can't really do anything. It kind of feels like they feel like inner city gangs in that way, right?
Yeah.
Where like if they show their face in high sec, then they're gonna get hunted down a lot of the time unless they like hide out. But they're not gonna go in there to stop the gang wars.
Right.
There's lots
that's
of valuable
exactly
stuff.
what it is.
There's lots of valuable stuff in LoSec, and nothing can be claimed by player corps. So it's sort of existing inside of an already existing framework, and sort of leeching what you can. It's cool. I like it. Although
It's really fun.
Although if LoSec is like inner city gangs, then Wormhole Space is like Mad Max. Right,
Wormhole
Mad
Space,
Max
I've
Raiders.
stayed away from that. Wormhole
I
gangs.
jumped in.
Oh, you nuts.
That was my home. Wormhole Space was where I hung out.
You just decided, hey, let's go hang out in a wormhole.
Yeah, they are unironically like Mad Max Raiders. Okay, let me explain. For those of you who haven't seen my EVE Online video, EVE Online is a giant space sandbox game where people fly spaceships. And there is a space in it called Wormhole Space, which can only be accessed via, surprise, surprise, wormholes. But all of the systems, all of the star systems in Wormhole Space can only be reached through other wormholes. All other stars, normal stars, are linked together by stargates. But all the wormhole systems, you have to scan and find wormholes, but these wormholes also spontaneously appear and collapse. So you can find a wormhole in normal space, go into wormhole space and jump around a bunch, and then there are lots of entrances and exits in normal space through wormholes. But they're constantly appearing and disappearing. Now, the wormholers tend to really hate the nullsec corporations who are out in more stable normal space where all the connections are permanent. What they'll do is wormhole corporations will find wormholes that lead into the space of the nullsec corporations, spill out of the wormhole all of a sudden and start smashing things. Smash and grab. And then when these corporations mount a response, they either take the fight if they feel like they can, or they retreat back into the wormhole. And the wormholes only will allow ships of a certain size and so much mass back through it. So it is almost impossible to follow them. On top of that, they will disappear into the web of wormholes back home. So into a labyrinth, right? Like Wormhole Space is like a labyrinth. So you have these raiders who are players, who are people who play the game, who have closely guarded maps of Wormhole Space, right? They constantly are updating them. That was one of the things I did. I mapped wormholes. They'll pop out. Then as soon as a response happens, they retreat back into the wormhole and disappear into the labyrinth.
I didn't know you kept maps.
Yeah. Yeah, we have personal private maps.
It's how involved these games get, you know? It's why they always pull me in over games like Final Fantasy XIV, you know? It's the freedom and having to do like real life stuff to get a head up or a leg up, you know? It's something just so enjoyable.
There's creativity afforded in it. I've also, like, Foxhole is more my speed than EVE Online. Though, you know, EVE Online calls to me sometimes.
Fredrik, you've already grabbed me by the horns and got me to download Foxhole.
Yeah, Foxhole is my thing. My brother and I last night had a very long run in an armored car with a cannon on top. And it has a very low rotation speed. It takes a long time for this cannon to rotate. And so we figured out that it is not enough to just have one person be the commander and the other person take the orders. We developed a system. Not a bone wagon. We were in an O'Brien, Hans. Also, hey, okay. Hans. Gloomy Trade, thank you for the 10 months.
Aw.
We developed a system. See, I was in the cannon, and I'm the commander. I'm giving him regular updates on where enemies are and what our plan is, whether we advance or we retreat, right? And the rate at which we advance. And I tell him approximately what I want to target, what we should be targeting, but he chooses the approach. But because of the slow turning rate of the cannon, we decided that I tell him which target we go for, but since he gets to choose the approach, he tells me which clock angle I should be facing the cannon because of the direction he is going to be facing the car. So already, by the time he pulls into range, my cannon is facing the target, and I don't have to rotate it.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, you two are smart.
And this is not just LARP. This worked. We got so many more kills than we otherwise would have. And when we get a kill, right, we clear the trench and our infantry can advance. We were the thing that was helping our infantry push forward. That little bit of coordination had a massive impact on our efficacy.
Look at you winning the war for the I don't know, the bourgeoisie. What are they called? What faction did you get me to join?
Well,
the Wardens.
The Wardens. Well, the Wardens apparently in lore owned the land, and the Colonials they invaded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we're not the aggressors.
Right. Yeah. The Wardens aren't the aggressors. The Colonials are.
Wow, that's a change of pace for someone with my accent.
We are here to enforce the bureaucracy of works. Have I told you that story?
No.
Oh, okay. There was a bit of drama a little while ago in the Warden faction. I have clued Zander in on the drama in Foxhole on the Colonial side, right? It took a week. It took a week for 2 regiments in Foxhole to finally stop killing each other and false reporting each other. But the Wardens almost had a civil war on their hands, a very brief one. See, the Wardens have a system that most of the regiments buy into called Works, the Warden Expedited Resource Claim System. It is
they got a fun acronym and everything.
Yep, it is out of game. It is out of game. It is completely player run and player organized. It has tools. It has tools that have been coded specifically for it. It's not perfect. It is far from perfect, but it sure beats slap fights, right?
Right.
It is at least some form of organization that makes sure that the war goes smoothly. Now, one regiment who have caused problems in the past, right? They're very large and they have no screening process. So anyone joins and they don't really remove people. You kind of get an idea for the demographic of person who ends up there, right?
All right. I'm hearing that.
Yeah, I feel like just that is enough to sort of give you an idea of their vibe. Yeah. They decided that they did not like the score that they got in Works, and they did not they were scored lower because they didn't keep track of all of the things they did, so there was nothing to score, so they got a low rating, right?
That makes sense.
They didn't. If they don't write it down, then how can they score it?
How can you turn around and say you played a perfect golf game if you didn't track any of your shots?
Right, exactly.
Right?
So they decide, nuh-uh, we want this field and there's no way that you're taking it away from us. And so they come in and they start smashing things.
Of course they fucking do.
And then,
of course they do. Where's the conversationalism there? Where is the?
They're a rather belligerent, like they're a rather belligerent regiment in general. I'd say that's fair. Well, some people who are in charge of organizing works decide that they're going to lay down the law, and this leads to one of the funniest things that has ever happened in Foxhole. As they're fighting each other, a representative comes to the field, comes to the resource field, and does this.
Works. I'm here to enforce the rules of Works. Turbo has the claim of this field. 82DK is also in Works. They're here to enforce the legitimacy of Works and its bureaucracy. Alright? Every clan on the Warden faction falls in line with the bureaucracy of Works. Plain and simple. And if any clan falls out of fucking line, you are getting demoed. You are getting fucking pulled back. You're getting put in your seat. Alright, I don't know how else to say this.
This. Now, is he in the right? Probably.
Yeah.
Because everyone agreed beforehand. Right. Everyone agreed beforehand that they're going to abide by the rules of Works.
Yeah.
Everyone like was in on this agreement, and then then when it didn't suit them anymore, the Warden Navy said, "Nah." Right? Like I personally feel like they were being petulant.
Yes.
And this dude's in the right. However, he is also fucking hilarious.
It reminds me of the guys back in the day that used to take the Halo lobbies too seriously.
Yeah. Yes.
Where it would be like, all right, you maggots, it is Sergeant McCluskey standing in. Now I want a good, clean fight, and I expect one unit to take the ridge on the south with another moving up to sweep through the center. Should the enemy retreat, I expect a sweeping advance. Now, can I get a sir? Yes, sir. Sir.
Sir, yes, sir. Oh my god, sir, this is embarrassing. Please leave. That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut. Oh my god. Sir, this is embarrassing. Please leave. That gun. Why would he ever believe that gun would work?
Attempt to lead with rank.
Yeah, Paraseki, I see what you're... I've not heard the term, but I instantly understand what you're saying. Thanks for the 18 months. So, this is kind of funny, right? Like, it's a video game, and he's laying down the law, right? And someone getting this worked up and the way that he's going about it is amusing. And someone decided, this became a meme very quickly, mostly because someone did an edit.
Works. I'm here to enforce the rules of Works. Turbo has the claim of this field. 82DK is also in Works. They're here to enforce the legitimacy of Works and its bureaucracy. Alright? Every clan on the Warden faction falls in line with the bureaucracy of Works. Plain and simple. And if any clan falls out of fucking line, you are getting demoed. You are getting fucking pulled back. You're getting put in your seat. Alright? I don't know how else to say this.
I shouldn't find it funny because the thing is, right, the dude's in the right. He has the authority bestowed upon him by the group that they all ascribe to.
Right.
But, like, I feel like he didn't put any points in his charisma stat.
Yeah, I think the takeaway from all of this is that everyone was diminished by this, right? Everyone involved in this little dispute lost. This was embarrassing for literally everyone involved. Like, people agreed, like, people getting worked up, like, this worked up over a game when everyone's on the same side is embarrassing. And so it is weird.
To me, there's always that inherent idea where if someone's not willing to ascribe to the overarching power structure and superstructure that's been created to help ascribe a group to victory, or deliver a group to victory, then it's fine to give them a little tap to be like, the fuck you doing, bro? Get back in line,
Yeah.
But when it turns into a situation where you need to send someone to pull rank on a group of people, then you'd be better off just turning around and kicking them from the group to begin with, rather than wasting your time, energy, and effort trying to get a bunch of people who inherently always have the out of just going, hey, it's just a video game, whatever, bro. And, being able to pull that, because there is always that kind of ripcord that they can do, if that makes sense, as much as that's not in the spirit of the game.
Well, I think the real problem with what they did was that they agreed to the terms. They didn't do a great job of following them, and the moment it didn't suit them, rather than keeping decorum and making sure that that the war went smoothly, they said no. Just all of a sudden pulled the rug out from under everyone and said, no, we aren't benefiting from this anymore. Therefore, therefore, we are not going to cooperate as of right now.
Right.
In the least graceful way possible. And then this guy is like, I think that this guy got kind of done dirty a little bit.
I agree. I want to give him I know that we laughed a second ago, but I also, he's trying to turn around and restore a sense of order to a situation which is very clearly one that's been fallen out of control.
Right. He, these people are being completely uncooperative, and it's like, okay, well, how do you pull uncooperative people into line? Well, with violence at this point. What's the other, what other option is there, right? Like, if you build there, we're gonna demolish what you make. You agreed to this.
It's one of those difficult situations where I don't know how I would have handled it if I was the one tasked to deal with that. But I definitely wouldn't have wrangled it like that or approached it like that,
Right. Cooler heads did not prevail. Well, cooler heads did eventually prevail. What ended up happening was Turbo and the Warden Navy ended up sharing the field for the war, and as far as I know, things went smoothly. And this war, the Warden Navy wanted a field, wanted a specific. They pulled out of works, but they wanted a field, and everyone else was like, "Yeah, sure, you can have it." So the peace has been kept so far. We'll see if that remains, because
I wonder if that sets a bad precedent.
I think they just wanted a field that nobody else was interested in, right? Like it was good for them, but nobody else had the desire for what that field offered.
Right.
So I think I don't know what the dealings were like in the back, but some form of people were worried that this was going to be a flashpoint, but it just wasn't. And so we'll see, right? That it's a very big we'll see moment. And I'm pretty confident that no matter what happens, we're not going to have a week-long civil war.
It will be interesting to see if a civil war actually affects the overall outcome of the war, or whether this little disagreement spirals into anything more.
Right. I can't help but wonder, right? I'm curious, and I will keep all of you, I will keep you apprised, because this is kind of fascinating to me. These online community dealings are very interesting to me. Yeah, the collies were at the brink of civil war, and some enterprising wardens snuck in and opened a... Yes, Macroglossum. Okay, that was amazing. While the colonial civil war was happening, this war, a few wardens snuck into the back line and tried to erect a sign saying that works was on the way. But they got run over before they could put the sign up. Well, they got the sign up, but they couldn't write on it before they got run over.
Aww.
Bugsy, I saw that someone wrote a fan fiction about the Civil War, and the Cronus, the leader of WLL, one of the members of the Civil War, one of the leaders of one of the sides of Civil War, and of the Civil War, and a representative of ACA, the other side, they end up passionately making out
Nice.
in this
Yowie.
fan fiction, and it's like, bless.
Bless.
If only.
Bless.
That's all I saw. I need to actually read it.
The
I
question
is, yeah.
when are you going to do your Foxhole Yowie fanfic reading on this channel?
I need to read it to make sure that it's like not too spicy. I think the problem is like reading it on stream. I'm tempted to read it on stream, but I also know that it's going to be full of jargon that people will not get.
Right. No, it's definitely something we are down the yeah, forgive the turn of phrase, but down the rabbit hole on it.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, after this foxhole video that I'm making, Down the Rabbit Hole is returning to form with some online stuff.
Oh.
It is in some ways a return to form.
He's hinting. He's hinting, everyone. He's hinting.
Yeah. You'll have to see, though. This one I'm keeping closer to my chest.
Knew it. I knew you were faking us out. He's edging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like keeping you interested and excited.
Oh. Well, don't you know me so well?
Well, Zander.
Well, Fredrik.
If we are going to read... Hey.
Yeah. Well, don't you look adorable?
God damn it. Shut up.
No.
If we are going to read, I think we should all get a sippy for ourselves.
Oh.
What do you think?
That sounds like a good idea.
So everyone, I encourage you, because we are going to get into Boatmurdered now, next. But first, get hydrated. Stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, get yourself a sippy. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay?
See you soon.
Hello, Owlets. I have good news and bad news. The good news is we're back. The bad news is we're back. We are equal opportunity. Denigrators.
Oh, good word.
Thank you.
Good
Took
word.
me a second to get there.
No, I am a sucker for good linguistics and a strong vernacular. Absolutely denigrate. That is absolutely wonderful.
I think that precise language helps create clarity and meaning.
We've had this conversation before, I believe.
We definitely have. I think it's one of the things that I think it's one of the things that first interested you about me.
I think that was something we bonded over originally because we were batting back and forth some rather eloquent terms. That and the wordplay. I will never get tired of nights where I have a drink and we end up doing some witty wordplay.
Okay, yes. Playing with language is like playing with the brain. It is a particular and rare joy. I am letting my people know on Twitter, by the way, that we're starting Boatmurdered now.
Ooh, let me just go over to my Twitter and repost whatever you put. During the little absence, I replied to Nick Nocturne summoning me because apparently he needed my opinion on if something was gay or not.
Oh, I see. Are you the arbiter of such?
Indeed. Do you remember that thing you looked at where Mary was asking, is it gay to fuck a dude with all your clothes on?
Yes.
Or is it still gay to fuck a dude with all your clothes on? Apparently, Nick decided to bring me in as the final arbiter of if it is or isn't gay.
Have you heard the old dirty joke about the barrel?
The barrel?
The barrel.
No.
Old sailor's joke. Okay, you're ready for this. This is a very dirty joke. So bear with me, everyone.
I'm buckled up. Let's go.
So, as you know, boats were a place where a lot of men were on the boat for a long time, and not a lot of chance to release sexual tension for the straight among them. Now, a sailor goes aboard a vessel and is like, all right, I'm going to be away from women for a while. Oh my God, I'm going to be pent up. And as one night, out at sea, one of the other sailors says, oh, well, you're looking glum. You okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm just, man, I got to get my rocks off. And the dude says, oh, here, come on over. Let me show you something. And he leads him over to a barrel with a hole in it. And he says, go ahead, stick your dick in there. And he sticks his dick in the barrel and just, it feels so good. And then he gets off real quick. Amazing, right? He busts and he's feeling awesome. And he's like, okay, man, oh my God, that's amazing. He's like, yeah, of course. Use the barrel whenever you need. And so, he does this for some days, right? They're out at sea for a lot of days, and his stress is lower than it's ever been. He wakes up one morning, stretches, and he goes out on the deck and says, "Hey, everyone!" And one of his deck mates says, "Oh, hey, you're looking good. It looks like you're feeling good." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm feeling amazing. This is the best voyage I've ever had." And the other sailor replies, "Well, good thing you got a good attitude. You're in the barrel today."
Oh. Oh. Oh.
That is
right.
a classic.
Also, Fredrik, in the nicest way, hearing you tell a sex joke sits firmly in the uncanny valley for me.
It is not typically the kind of joke that I tell, no, but it's a classic.
Oh, it is true. That does sound that it gives the feel of a classic.
There's I remember I first was alerted to the joke because of a line in Half-Life, the original Half-Life. Do you remember? Did you ever play the original Half-Life?
I didn't play the original Half-Life.
Okay, so Gordon Freeman, he's the dude who you play as Gordon Freeman. As he is arriving at the Black Mesa facility, he's coming in and he has to go get he's going into the office, and one of the guards says, "Oh, hey, Mr. Freeman, looks like you're in the barrel today." Because he's the person who actually has to go into the the device and insert the sample, right? So they say, "Oh, you're in the barrel today," just as a euphemism for saying, "Oh, you're the one who has to have the shit job today."
Ah, okay. I never played Half-Life 1, but I did play Half-Life 2.
I think that's true for a lot of people. Okay, chat, who here shares my opinion? Half-Life, I understand that the original Half-Life was a momentous occasion for gaming, right? And for the time, it was amazing, but it has not aged great. The gameplay feels kind of like, it is impressive and it's cool, but I tried to play through it and it just got tedious after a while.
Yeah, no, I think the only reason that I never encountered the original Half-Life is when it was I don't even want to say when it was prominent, kind of just post-prominence, really.
Yeah.
The thing that really killed it for, I think, a large demographic of people is there was never quite that console port within its lifetime. I think it was only two that got console ported, if I remember correctly. It's
true.
And obviously, when you're appealing to like a generation or trying to get more players who are maybe a little bit younger, console ports are usually the way to go because parents don't want to drop $3,000 on a gaming PC. They want to spend $300 on an Xbox tops.
Oh, okay. I didn't know this. There was a console port of Half-Life 1, but it was way later on the PS2. Okay, interesting.
Oh, there I was with my Xbox 360 back in the day.
Same. That's what we had. My brother and I were Nintendo until we got a 360, and the 360 is still one of the best consoles ever made. Amazing console.
When it's not dying.
Yeah, when it doesn't. Right. Yeah, crap out on you.
Yeah. How many? I went through 3. I had 3 that ended up getting replaced total.
Oh wow. We got lucky. Only our first one was hit with the red ring.
No, first one was hit with the red ring, then the second one was hit with the red ring, then the third one was hit with the disc tray drop.
3.
Oh, gosh.
Because the disc tray drop... Oh.
Hatling Hotoru, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you very much. And hey, Boxod, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We're actually just about to start reading Boatmurdered.
Indeed.
This is a bit of internet lore that is I feel like it was massively popular. If you go to a random person online nowadays and mention Boatmurdered, they probably won't know. This is for your internet people, right? Your internet with a capital I people.
So I know nothing about Boatmurdered. I know absolutely nothing, like literally nothing. You messaged me about, I think it was maybe an hour before the stream, and went, "Have you ever read Boatmurdered before?" And I went, "What's Boatmurdered?" And you were like, "Perfect,
Good.
good."
No, this is good.
Now I know something about Dwarven Fortress because I've seen you play it. You know that I'm a lurker in your streams.
Yeah.
At this point, I've stopped informing you afterwards when I lurk. But I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
that Fredrik Newson right here is one of the premier Dwarven Forge channels on Twitch, and that I mean,
At this
you played
point,
it.
actually, yeah.
You are. That's what. Like, it's not even a joke at this point. I said it originally as a joke, but then I looked at your schedule and how much you've played it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've played it twice this week already, if I remember right.
Yeah, I kind of been brain rotted on it.
You've
I'm
been
enjoying
totally
it a lot.
You've been totally brain rotted on it. We've got, so obviously, I know that it's something to do with Dwarven Forge. I know that Dwarven Forge gets very dystopian at some point when you
It
dig
can.
down.
I've played it 4 times, but every time I play it, every time I play Dwarf Fortress, I see like 170 people are playing, and I'm like, okay, like not a lot of people are there in it. So to be one of the to have just started the game, I almost feel like I'm cheating, right? To have just started and to be a larger Dwarf Fortress streamer. It's like, am I stolen valor?
I find it more interesting to watch than I would to play because
That's fair.
there's so much minutia there, and seeing someone who is knowledgeable or at least has an understanding of the core tenets of the game is much easier than me sitting down, kicking my shoes off and going, okay, time to learn this new thing.
Right, yeah. It definitely helps that I have stream helping me and teaching me. I would not be doing nearly as well if I didn't have the help of my viewers. And I am very appreciative. I've got backseaters.
Yeah, but good backseaters.
Yes, the good kind of backseating.
Yeah, I occasionally have to bully my chat on YouTube because I occasionally get someone who backseats but actually doesn't know anything about the game, so they just give me wrong advice. I've had someone do that when I was playing. If you remember Shikusen Zero, the bullet train game.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the one where you spot the anomalies. I had someone come in and start yelling, the chairs have moved, the seats have moved. And I was like, no, they haven't, you fucking clown. Like,
oh my god. Playing chess on stream is so funny because like you will get so much bad advice, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
people will suggest one move blunders constantly. Like, oh yeah, this move just blunders your rook.
See, the issue with playing chess on I'd say the issue with a lot of people when they try and backseat on chess would be the fact that they have to know the inherent strategy that the person who they're watching is going for and what they're building towards, because chess isn't a game of immediates, it's a game of long-term payoffs. And
yes,
when you're trying to give advice that is based upon instant gratification, it almost never will benefit a long-term payoff, and that's how blunders occur.
Right. Yeah, right, like chat the average Twitch, like the average game player, I will say the average video game player is the kind of person who would take the poison pawn, right, every time.
Oh god. That and the person who tunes into, I want to say, like, have you ever seen those like TikTok shorts where it's like, this is how to be a great chess player?
Yeah. Alfie,
Ooh,
thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Fredma. That's Fredrik Ma. I am just Fredrik. Oh, Fredrik Ma. Oh! I can't do the gnome. Oh! Oh! I can't do it. I'm trying.
Fredrik Ma.
But welcome
What
in,
is this
everyone.
Hello, hello.
Alfie has a habit of adding ma onto names and the ends of words. Like my tea pet, which is waiting for me after I move, is named Moistma.
Okay, that makes sense. See, the thing is, Alfie and I think have been in the same room a couple of times, but we've never actually directly interacted. So hello.
Okay. Well, Alfie, I hope you had a lovely stream. I hope you're doing well. Please do not dunk me in milk and put me in an ice cube. I beg of you. But it is lovely to see you, Alfie. I hope you're doing well. I want to... Alfie wants to show me Age of Empires, and I'm terrified because I never played Age of Empires growing up.
Oh, Age of Empires. That's a heck of a game.
Yeah.
Hey, Age of Empires was a heck of a game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think we're on to Age of Empires 4 now? 5?
Age of Empires 2 has a flourishing community. That specifically is the one that you wanted to play together.
Oh, okay.
I believe
That's
that was it. Yeah. Oh, and Nerdy Hydra's here. Hey, Nerdy Hydra, congratulations on getting into VFur.
Hey,
Big
nice.
congratulations. Demi, my friend Demi also made it in. Bunch of furries. I hang out with. Oh, yeah.
I thought that VFur would be, specifically a non-furry label, It's nothing about the name gave that away.
Mm-hmm. No, Nerdy, I last night, I didn't realize that you have made it in. I saw Nerdy Hydra. Like, I was just hanging out with them last night, and I did not realize, I did not see. Oh my god, Alfie, 7 hours. Go and rest. Go and rest yourself, please.
7.
We'll see you soon, okay? Come chat with me. I would love to schedule a stream next week together. I want to hang out. I like hanging out with Alfie, my sister. Big, very big sister energy.
Cute.
I had a brother growing up, and we're best friends. But I was I was the older brother, definitely, right? Like I had the older brother energy, but it very quickly turned into just, compatriots. Compatriot energy. We're in this together.
I get that. No, I never had a brother growing up. It's always been just little old me. Well, actually, no, I did have stepbrothers.
I am glad that you have been able to find compatriots in streaming. I am glad to have you as a compatriot.
Aw, look at this sweetie. Look at this guy who's a sweetie. Isn't this gentleman a sweet? Look at this sweet little owl right here, okay? Isn't he lovable? Isn't he just? Look at him.
Yeah. Now, everyone, it is time. We are going to be reading Boatmurdered. Now, there needs to be a little bit of establishment to explain what precisely this is. Boatmurdered is what is called a succession game in a game called Dwarf Fortress. And this is old, right? Like long time ago, long before Dwarf Fortress had graphics that weren't ASCII style. This is what Boatmurdered used to look like. Don't worry about the boxes and the numbers. Those weren't there. But this is what the graphics looked like. The little, periods and commas, those are grass, right? And then you have, these are walls, right? This is open ground.
Right.
Like, all these little symbols are representative of things. This is what you get instead of graphics. And you can see right here, the E. The E is an elephant. That little dude right there is a dwarf.
An elephant?
And on the right, on the right is miasma, which is the stench of death.
It comes from rotting bodies, apparently.
Yes, yes, it does. Dwarf Fortress, I should specify, is a colony simulator. So you are in charge of a colony of dwarfs. However, dwarfs are not terribly intelligent, so they are more commonly called dwarfs. That's why you see it called Dwarf Fortress, is because they're not dwarves, they're dwarfs.
Then,
They're too dumb to be dwarves.
They're dwarfs.
Dwarf Fortress. Yes.
Dwarf Fortress.
Actually, I wonder. Let me check something.
Okay.
Better TTV. I want to see emotes. Dwarf. What if I search dwarf? Nope, I see a bunch of Ganondorf.
Oh yeah. I forgot
Here we go.
Ganondorf was a thing.
Got it. Do I have...
Oh.
Hold on, do I have space? Here we go.
Ooh.
Oh, wait. I think I need to get rid of an old emote. What's an emote that we don't use anymore? Honestly, we don't really use the peeper. Okay, here we go. I like the peeper, but...
The peeper?
The peeper. There we go. Okay.
Wait, I gotta see this.
We now have dwarf. There. Real dwarf moment. There we go. For those who can't see it, you need the better TTV extension on your browser.
Oh, I don't have that. I'm a normie.
But yeah, then you're just going to be seeing people say...
I'm just seeing the words dwarf
a lot.
Wait a minute. That explains so much on why I've seen so many people just spamming random words over the years, and people are...
Yes, there is an extension that will give you, like, not official Twitch emotes.
How have I made it this far in life without someone watching me?
Better TTV also allows you to use 7TV emotes as well.
Oh, okay, that's cute.
Chat, what is a kekwa?
What is a kekwa?
Kekwa? Kek W. Yeah.
Oh, good. I remember when it was like first becoming a thing, the old Kek W.
Oh yeah.
I remember when it penetrated sort of the normie sphere, and people at my high school were using Kek W and Kek, and I was like,
oh no.
Stop speaking.
The pure offense in your voice, right? There's no anger, there's no frustration, it's just offense. Stop talking. I
have a whole story about that, but I shan't cause another 10-15 minute diversion when we're midway through dissecting Dwarven Fortress.
It is Dwarf Fortress. Just Dwarf Fortress. Just Dwarf Fortress. Yes.
Ah, I see. Dwarf Fortress. There is no Dwarven.
Correct. There are dwarven things, but this is Dwarf Fortress.
Interesting.
It is a game where you lead a bunch of dwarfs to create as large of a settlement as you can, and if you are successful, then more dwarfs will migrate to your fortress. However, something that I need to stress, right, we're going to skip over this whole explanation.
Okay.
Dwarf Fortress is a particular kind of game. Its motto is 3 words long. Losing is fun. That is the motto.
You know what? I can get on board with that as someone who likes roguelikes.
Yeah, no, same. I'm the same way. Dwarf Fortress is a game that is so granular. It is so granular that every individual part of every individual part of each dwarf is simulated. So down to their teeth.
What?
Their teeth.
Sorry,
their
that was
fingers.
very dramatic of me, but still, what?
Yes.
Like,
yes, their health is tracked very granularly. Their mood is tracked granularly. Each individual dwarf has specific things that they like, gods that they worship, skills that they have that build up over time.
Olin Ironborn has an impacted wisdom tooth.
Yeah.
Like that kind of shit?
That kind of granularity. I don't think that there are like impacted teeth, but yes,
thank fuck.
It is extremely granular. To the point that it is not reasonable for you to be able to keep track of every little thing, right? You can look in, you can peek in and see it, but there's no way that you're going to be able to keep track of every little thing. And what that means is that little problems can very quickly expand to become big problems. Dwarf Fortress tends to go wrong in novel ways. Ways that you would never have expected.
So it's not just like a regular settlement builder where you have to worry about disease, where you have to worry about keeping the food stores up. Maybe if you're leaning into something that's a little bit more politico, then you have to worry about factions and gaining power.
These are all things in Dwarf Fortress, I should specify.
Of course, but it's even more granular than that.
Oh my god, yes. It is very intricate. Every rock that appears in Dwarf Fortress is real. Like, it's a real kind of rock.
That's tracked by the internal database of the system, of the game?
And on top of that, you exist in a randomly generated world where there are other factions, other dwarven factions, other races. It's a lot.
I said this last night, but I don't think I can stream with you or Nick ever again without having a drink on hand.
That's wise.
Like, something strong.
Something that will help lubricate the dry ideas that I'm shoving down your gullet.
Literally. I'm never streaming with you or Nick without an alcoholic beverage on hand again.
I'm told that a lot by people.
I'm just a very slow learner.
Don't worry. You'll pick things up along the way, right?
I'm sure with this wonderful owl acting as the Virgil to my Dante, we will most certainly get through this.
Now let's see. Are there any little bits? Now, you have the idea, right? Dwarf Fortress is effectively an insanely detailed colony sim. But this is not just a normal playthrough of Dwarf Fortress. This is what is called a succession game, where the game file is passed off from one person to another in succession.
Okay.
So every year, the game file is passed off from one person to the next. They don't, they'll maybe get a little briefing on what's going on, but otherwise, this new player is left to their own devices to build it out how they see fit.
So I inquire one small thing? When you say year, is that an in-game year or an out-of-game?
In-game year. Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't blame you for considering that playing a file for a full year is a possibility with how bonkers this already is. Reasonable question. In-game year.
I just wanted to check.
Yes. In-game year.
Okay.
Now, these often tend to go awry. One person starts a project, the next person forgets about the project and starts doing their own thing. Or maybe makes a mistake, and then the next person has to fix it. or has an idea of how the game should be played and starts trying to change it toward that. And then the next person goes and mucks it up.
It's strangely reminiscent of, like, British Parliament.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is... Yeah, some of the problems of elected leadership definitely become relevant in this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think that's about everything, right? Let's go through this. Let me make us a little bit smaller. How's that? So everyone can read okay. There we go. How does that look? I think that'll do.
Let me open my other windows. I've got like a few windows. Oh, this is perfect. Yeah, I've got your little view on.
All right, good. Now, this is pretty straightforward, right? Here we go. What's happened so far, right? The person played... Oh, they said, I'm not very good at this game. Can I still play? Hell yeah. Dwarf Fortress is not a game about doing well. There is no win condition for Dwarf Fortress, I should specify. You just keep going. Now, what has happened so far? Right, they played 5 years before they started passing the game, just to get things started, right? So, year 1, not much, started digging out, got the farm up, mandrill attack at the end. Year 2, 3 Fey moods in 1 year, resulting in a table, an amulet made of the elusive red spinel, and a glass door. So, to specify, a Fey mood is when a dwarf is suddenly taken by a spirit, demands particular materials, and then makes a masterwork craft out of it. So that can be really good sometimes, but if the person doesn't have the material that they need, they can go mad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So far, I comprehend.
Year 3. Furry goes batshit with traps and floods the chasm with lava. 2 more Fey moods, Toy Hammer and a lunatic metalsmith who decided to take a bath in the moat. The elephants get their first taste of blood, and they like it. So they're in a jungle biome. Year 4. Locust starts arming the dwarves against the inevitable doom of the elephants and trades a rock ring to the elves for everything they own. Smiley face. The nobles arrive and promptly ban red spinel for the first of many times, and the kobold thieves start arriving in earnest with their own import-export plan. Another pair of Fey moods ends up with one dwarf swimming in the moat and the other locked in his room without pants.
Standard.
Oh yeah. Yeah, clothing is not just a full set of clothing, I should note. Each dwarf has, gloves, shirt, pants, socks.
Some part of me made the jump where if they're willing to track individual teeth, of course they'll track what kind of underwear they have.
Oh, yes. Now, shall we begin? Prologue.
Let me have a quick swig of water.
Yeah, of course.
There we go.
In the year 1050, the dwarven civilization of Kinmelbil, the Oaken Tomes, exhausted the last of its mines. Driven by lust for gold and rumors of the priceless and all but mythical metal adamantine, a team of 7 colonists was dispatched to build a new home for the dwarfs of Kinmelbil in the smooth points of pride. Oh, also, all of the names for shit are randomly generated as well. So if the names seem stupid, that's why. For example, my fort is called Sword Grasped, and it is located at a set of mountains called the Barb of Busting.
Shouldn't have taken a sip of water as you said that. Shouldn't have said it.
Dwarf Fortress has a way of creating its own humor.
Right. You're
Also, a famous occurrence, like there is a famous tale of something that happened at the Barb of Busting, where a human named, what was it? His last name was Tax Twinkled. He tamed a bunch of bobcats, which is very unfortunate in a place called the Barb of Busting. So we've decided that Uso Tax Twinkled, is the first furry, and he is revered as a hero in Sword Grasped.
Oh. Okay. You know what? I can get on board with this history.
The game's insane. The game is insane. The Barb of Busting. Okay. This is one hell of a game.
Mm-hmm.
The first year of diaries from the ill-fated foreman of the mine were recovered, giving some hint as to the beginnings of the fortress that once stood there, if not its mysterious and presumably gruesome fate. The 1050 diaries. Month Granite. Oh, by the way, there are 12 months, but the months are named after rocks, because they're dwarves.
They're dwarves.
Yeah.
That makes
Granite.
sense.
Year 1050. We've set out for the mine, led by the Miners' Guild representative. The man claims to have led several successful expeditions, so taking his advice, we've set out with a skeleton crew. Just one miner, one lumberjack, a pair of farmers, and some craftsmen. He suggested plenty of meat and, my favorite, booze, as well as some seeds and a few dogs and cats. He swears the dogs will pay for themselves a dozen times over in warding off larger wildlife, while the cats will make indoor life more comfortable and pest-free. I thought he muttered something about their taste as well, but I'm sure I misheard. The new fortress site is truly in the puckered sphincter of nowhere. The nearest civilization, if you can call it that, is a goblin citadel to the northeast, but the guildsman swears they've surveyed for precious metals, and this is the best spot. There's also a river nearby, which means one underground, which means we can start our farm without much trouble once we dig to it. Of course, he waits till he's leaving to tell us the name of the site. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place, Koganu-san, Boatmurdered. Strike the earth. Then takes off at a flat run, promising to be back real soon. Bloody nobles. But still, nothing to do but start. Stockpiles, send someone to chop a few trees, and send someone else to dig for the river. Later, same month. God damn, but there are a lot of elephants around. That is a lot of elephants.
It's only elephants. Elephants and a giant jaguar.
And a giant jaguar, yeah. Here, let's zoom in a little. Month Fell Site. Hit the river, got lucky and found it at a low point. Heard tell of some nasty cave floods, and damn glad I didn't have to see one. We can start the farm now and carve out some other rooms. Hematite. A few months on, and it looks like we might actually survive. We've got a farm up, got some bedrooms, which ain't much to look at, but at least they've got beds. Got a dining room with some decent thrones, and got a bunch of traps. God knows why, but the lads love them. Stand around staring at them for hours. Nothing out of the river yet, and the elephants have been pretty quiet. Too quiet. I see them out there, staring at me with those beady eyes, those gleaming tusks, looking over the river. Elephants can't swim, can they? Several pages of the journal are torn out here. The entries seem to resume sometime in the fall. I should note that these are typically role plays.
Right,
so they're
right.
playing the game earnestly, but they're writing it in character.
I like that, though. The idea that they're adding their own narrative spin to it. It's always enjoyable to see someone put that level of commitment and endeavor.
Oh, I feel like I should... This is relevant. The raid message that we did yesterday, right? Alright, listen to me, you pole proportion dendrophiles.
Yes?
It comes because we were playing Dwarf Fortress. And it comes from this clip.
Alright, listen to me, you pole proportion dendrophiles! If you try anything nasty with the bitch boy over here, I'm gonna take your fucking arrows and shove them in between your polished fingernails! I'm gonna take that bowstring of yours and string you up by your fucking foreskin until gravity gives you a butt circumcision and play like a fucking violin! I'm going to headbutt you until there is nothing but a butt left! I'm gonna color that little pansy green skirt red using your fucking bone marrow! You better believe you're going to wish that you were never born! It's all make it seem like you never were! You crooked
What the fuck is going on here?
Ah,
Leave my foreskin alone.
Oh, come on now. You don't need it that bad.
Yes,
After
I
all-
do!
After all, celebrities need your foreskin for their anti-aging creams.
Hey, leave it alone, American. You're not taking mine.
Alright, listen to me, you knife-eared piece of shit. If you go any further with your piss-stained pubic hair you call a wig, I'm gonna wreck your shit so hard that you won't even be able to walk with your limp dick. I'm gonna shove my foot so far up your shaving, perfect little ass, and your breath is gonna smell like shoe polish. Then I'm gonna take that little red anal bead on your belt and push it in your face. I'm gonna flagellate you with my fucking beard. I'm gonna build you a pair of runic mechanical balls and use surgical precision to solder them to your groin, where your manhood ought to be, just so that I can kick them with my iron fucking feet, you twat.
The fuck?
This dwarf is here to enforce the rules of works. Turbo has the claim of this field.
Oh, God. Normal sounding Scots, but true.
Yeah.
Average Scotsman.
Oh, I didn't mean to offend you. He always ends those tirades with, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you."
Mm-hmm.
Merchants trying to dodge the elephants. The betting pool's up to 10 stone blocks and a rat skull. We really need to make some coins. I guess the trade depot was a good idea, but we'll see if we can finish it before they get here or get eaten by those bloody pachyderms. Now riddle me this. What sort of soft-headed, beard-gnawing merchants braves goblins, mountains, more goblins, and then those damn elephants to show up with nothing but one piece of cheese and 2 rolls of cloth? These merchants, that's who. I noticed one trying to eat his own ear coming in. God knows how they're going to get out. Fortunately, they're dumb enough to take some of these useless trinkets in trade. A sandstone harp? That sounds ill-advised. Talc? Oh my god, and the ring is made of talc, and so is the bracelet.
Talc. Sandstone.
It's a
They
very
break the
soft stone.
Yeah. Like, why would you... They traveled that far to sell absolute junk.
Mm-hmm. Month Timber. Fall's settling in, and it seems like a good time to take stock of where we are before winter gets around to killing us. Our bedrooms and dining rooms are finished. We're running low on booze, so we put a still together. I've never seen the lads put any building up so fast. And we've got a butcher's shop behind closed doors so the squeamish don't get put off their meat, seeing where it comes from. There's also the statue garden to get them away from throwing rocks across the river at the elephants, and the kennels so we can start training the dogs. One of the peasants has been working on smoothing the floors in the dining room. Looks like she's actually picked up a bit of a knack for it. The farm's undertended, but we've got plenty of food, so I'm not too worried. What does worry me is the wildlife. They're too quiet. I know they're planning something. Oh yeah, the person playing this one is Tourette Dog. Growing season's over. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just said woof.
Oh, woof. Woof.
Woof.
Woof. Growing season's over, so I've got a new project for the lads. With a little bit of digging and creative channel building, we can get a nice moat set up and hopefully keep away most of the wildlife, at least from the north. We'll put a drawbridge over the top of it, and we can seal off that side if the elephants get too close for comfort. One of the lads thinks we might even be able to set some traps in there for some critters if we work at it a bit. Might kick up our breeding stocks for food a tad. Month Opal. Those fucking monkeys. I didn't even see them come in, but one of them ran off with something. A mandrill has stolen an iron shield. Oh shit. No. These are not cute little chimpanzees. Oh no. These are big mandrills. Pissed off and greedy. They feel justified in stealing anything not nailed down, and if they can prise something, for instance a dwarf's arm, loose, it ain't nailed down in their book. A whole horde of them busted in looking for gods know what. One of our war dogs went out to fight them off, which didn't go so well. Oh, dog. Red D. D Aww. Becomes Red D. A few more war dogs ran out and attacked. I have to say I'm slightly terrified by them. One of the bitches actually gave birth while she was attacking, and her puppies joined in on the carnage. That is one weird thing about Dwarf Fortress. A pregnant animal or dwarf will just give birth wherever they're standing.
I mean, to be fair, props to the puppies for coming out of the womb swinging.
Yeah, right?
Right?
It sounds like a tale that would be told by a boomer. You feel that?
Yeah.
Like, when I came out of the womb and I punched my midwife in the face.
Right? Yeah, no, that's big boomer energy.
Didn't something like that happen yesterday? Yes, birds. One of my dwarfs was worshipping, and she gave birth while worshipping, and then just kept worshipping.
Baby can wait. Gotta finish the prayers.
Yeah. It's like, no, you know what? She said, oh, sorry, God. Hold on a second. I need to take care of this. And then just gave birth and said, all right, we can keep going.
That's... I mean, respect, strong endurance, durability, all that there.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely insane.
At the end of the day, the 3 mandrills were dead, and they took 1 war dog with them and injured another one and a puppy. Oh, and yeah, you can see upper body, lower body. Oh yeah, head, right front leg, left front leg, left lung. Puppy's left lung was hurt.
Oh.
And, I think, head, left front leg, and mouth. Oh, yeah, unconscious. Oh, baby.
No.
The poor dog's in sad shape. He keeps trying to find the dwarf who trained him and then passing out. A few minutes later, he'll wake up, take another few steps, and pass out again. I'm tempted to have him put out of his misery by the butcher, but nobody will touch him, and seems a sad way to treat someone who fought off the mandrills. The puppy is still running around with half his chest missing. Makes it damn disturbing when he humps your leg, I'll tell you that.
Bloody hell.
Dwarf Fortress is a game.
Yes.
Show Zander a microwave baby. Remind me at the end.
Microwave baby?
Better microwave. Had a bad dream. Better microwave the baby.
I'm gonna make a note of microwave baby. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do.
Thank you. You're very helpful. Month Obsidian. And with that, I'm off. The fort's in passable shape for the next overseer. Got the drawbridge hooked up with a lever in the statue garden. There's some traps at the river entrance, and well, got most of the livestock crammed into a cage near the butcher, and everything looks fit to start the next spring. I'm leaving, if I can dodge the elephants one last time, and if the mandrills don't get me first, here's the fort as I left it. We'll see what the future has for it. Here it is. It's beautiful. Now, you can see there's an underground river over there, right?
Yeah.
Then here's, I think, the dining hall. This might be the dining hall. This, I think, is where they train the dogs. Or is that the butcher? That might be the butcher.
So the river there is the one that was spoken about in the earlier text, where it was surprisingly close to ground level.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Nice.
Very handy.
Okay. Very handy indeed.
All right, and now the first handoff to Marijuana. Yeah, this is before the Dwarf Fortress had a Z level. Yeah, thanks, Talks. So there are no multiple levels. There's just one level right now. They eventually added more levels, but not yet.
Right.
Yeah, this is an ancient build of the game. Yeah, this is old.
Right. Okay. That explains the like windows around the outside of Dwarf Fortress as well, being from like Windows XP or something.
Yes.
All right.
Oh
I
yeah,
feel that.
Fish had a bug. Okay. Fishing was not really a viable profession in Dwarf Fortress for one particular reason.
Right.
When a dwarf swam, they would gain experience and level up, right? They would get stronger. The problem is that this also applied to animals, including fish. So since fish are always swimming, they would constantly be gaining experience.
So you'd never be able to outmaneuver a fish or get a fish because it's maxed out at swimming.
Yep, the fish would get insanely strong and could knock out dwarves. They beat them to a pulp.
Just punt a dwarf with its tail.
Yeah.
That level 100 Magikarp moment.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, very much so. Tackle. First Granite 1052. I came to this dump looking for a royal fortress. Instead, I found this hole in the dirt, complete with useless hillbillies. Oh, that reminds me. There was something that I saw yesterday that I felt like all of you should know. Wait, what? Hold on.
Oh?
Is it trying to... Let me... Hold on.
Oh.
Fixed. I just hear hillbilly and I'm like, wait a minute. I forgot that there was something I wanted to show all of you. One small digression.
Oh.
Trailer Park Alien.
Oh, I've seen this.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Right in his leg. I know. Must have make it a car. I don't know. Look, it caught me off guard. Looks real strange in the dark. Look, it's here at the park. Bark! What the heck are you saying? Spanglish. Oh my God, it's an alien. He's a foreigner, ain't he? No, not from Mexico, Brayden. He crashed his car on the pavement. Dummy, that's a spaceship. We found the location. Patience. Sneak in and take them. Retreat the spaceship with no hesitations. Don't let the locals know that we survey them. Forcing with forces, they make altercations. Good gracious, how did they make this? Go get my tool set. In severe cases. Audits our nations made by aliens. Like Toyota. Dummy, that's Asian. Got him. What the heck are you saying?
Sorry, that's
Those
Asian.
are government agents. Knock it off, he's a harmless Asian. We're preventing invasion. Stop illegal immigration. Oh, right. He's not for the taking. Stand back, we're protecting the nation. Please. You ain't no patriot. Oh, that's enough. You're men in black, okay, so what? You may have blasters, you got the
This is XCOM. This is actually XCOM.
Don't defy us, we're authority. Look, it's a trailer park, we don't give up. What? They fixed it. What the heck are you saying? Huh?
Thank you.
Don't let them escape you.
Thank you.
Hurry now, for they take you. Uncle Sam, we're ready to face you.
Activate eraser.
Our memory's fading. Hey Joe, this guy needs help with his car. I think he came from afar, like another state. I don't know, he just points at the stars. No wait. Brayden is late. I know. What's to make it a car? I don't know. Look, it caught me off guard. Looks real strange in the dark. Look, it's here at the park. Brayden. Yeah. I don't know, but something feels wrong. Sir, speak. I think we've been placed
Oh,
under
that's
attack.
Next Generation. On the left.
Oh, it is!
I just realized. It's just, and so is this up top. They're Next Generation maps. Oh my god.
Aww.
Something has looped time and wiped our memories.
Alert. Defense system breached.
What does that mean? Oh my god. Agent 12. What does that mean? They can see us.
Yo, that lizard kinda can get it though.
Oh goodness. No, I discovered this a few months back. Because it had been like chopped up and re-uploaded a bunch on like TikTok.
Ah, okay. So go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say it had been chopped up and re-uploaded a bunch on TikTok, and I actually discovered it midway through the creator trying to push back and get credit from all of these individuals that had tried to chop it up, put it on TikTok, and claim it as theirs while it was like still sub 20,000, 30,000 views.
Oh my god. God, fucking okay. Freebooting is obnoxious. I think that
it's disgusting.
There is kind of a funny relationship with media, with streaming, I think, right? Like, as a YouTuber, I don't mind people doing reactions to my video, right? As long as they're adding their own perspective, as long as it's not a replacement for watching the video, right? Like,
It's
that's
the classic
my line.
transformative content. You know, it adds it adds a level of commentary and something that wasn't already present.
Right. Like, if a person could reasonably say, like, oh, I'm going to watch this person react rather than watch it myself, then that's a problem.
Right.
But if the person is, like, watching and commentating, that's fine, right? I'm totally fine with that. But freebooting is particularly ugly. Freebooting is when someone just re-uploads something to their own account and monetizes it. And doesn't bother, even if they link back to the original creator, right? Like, what's the point in re-uploading it? So that you can get the views on your channel. That is very common. There are lots of Twitter accounts like that just repost things without credit. Punchcat is a good example of this. Like, they post cute stuff, but then they never credit. They just collate. And it's really obnoxious. Rent-seeking behavior. Yeah.
Wait, Punchcat does that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there are tons of accounts like this on Facebook and
Wait,
Twitter.
I need to
they just
unfollow
take-
Punchcat right now. God damn it.
Yeah, they just take posts from around the internet and say, "Hey, look at this thing."
I thought they had. Oh, damn. All right. That's it. I thought Punchcat was just one cat.
I don't think so.
Right, I need to change that.
Let me double check.
No, it's too late. The shot has been fired. I need to unfollow Punchcat right this moment. Where are you?
Was it
Where did you go?
_cat? Yeah.
Yeah.
They just repost other people's cat videos all over the place. And
I don't follow Punchcat. I don't follow Punchcat. They're in my feed, but I actually follow reasons why you should have a cat.
Those, I think that places like, and I know, it's Reddit, but Reddit at least gives creators the opportunity to post their own thing as in a centralized space, but it's still mostly reposts of other people's stuff. Though that is a whole thing on Reddit. Okay, so accounts that just repost stuff, they're not as innocent as you think they are. What they do is people will make new accounts on Reddit. They will start reposting other people's stuff, frequently with the same title, taking stuff that has performed well in the past, reposting it, getting lots of karma, and then selling those accounts to astroturfers or just people, astroturfers in order to, because even marketers are astroturfers, in order to get around Reddit's blocking feature, right? Reddit will favor accounts that have more karma and more attention. So yeah, after farming the karma, they sell the account.
Right. How many times have you seen the same story of someone going, "Am I the asshole? My boyfriend cheated on me and treated me terribly. Am I the wrong one?"
There is an entire video that one day I want to watch with everyone called categorizing all Reddit like AMA. It's rage bait. Categorizing Reddit rage bait. Hold on.
Right.
I will absolutely signal boost this video from Lee Speaks. Here we go.
All right.
This is great. Would recommend. It's almost 2 hours long. Oh, astroturfing, yes. I described it last stream, but astroturfing is when it's a fake grassroots movement. The most basic form of astroturfing is someone who is being paid by Pepsi to go onto Reddit on a bunch of accounts and say, wow, I really like Pepsi. It's way better than Coke. But this is also done for political purposes, trying to... the primary purpose of an astroturfing campaign is to try to show a greater consensus around something than there actually is. So political campaigns will do this. They'll astroturf. There's a lot of evidence of nations getting involved in each other's elections by saying they support one candidate or another that nation prefers. It's far from just happening in America. But yes, that is what astroturfing is.
Okay, so it's also it's a strong PR move as well overall.
Yes, it is. And it has gotten especially bad lately with the advent of tools like ChatGPT.
Oh, yeah, no. There's... The thing is, ChatGPT still has the ability to write these, like... It's still written like ChatGPT, but it's getting more and more convincing over time that it's not ChatGPT.
Yes. This is why people are kind of retreating into places like private discords with friends and places where they know that the people there are humans, and little gaming discords, tiny subreddits where they can help it. If they exist. People are kind of returning to forums here and there. They're staying within their very narrow Twitter circles. Even stream, right? Streams are like that. Like, streams are kind of our little bubble away from like the dark forest of the internet.
It's almost like there's been this period of expansion and contraction in terms of the widespreadness of like internet communities and the entanglements of it. You know, we've had that expansion where everything's become very, very connected. I want to say in probably the last 4 years, I would say. And now a game changer like ChatGPT has become so much more popularized, I'd say, especially in the last like year and a half. And now we've hit that point where everything's sort of contracting back to being a little bit more insular, a little bit more secular, you know?
Yes. What I would say nowadays is only use the internet if you are using it for a purpose. Scrolling is even worse than it used to be, right? Now is the time to break your doom scrolling habit. Now is the time, right? There has never been a worse time to be a doom scroller.
Right.
I would highly recommend trying to become more conscious of doing that, stepping away, and and trying to be purposeful. Be purposeful with the way that you use the internet, right? Ask yourself, do I really want to look at Twitter right now? Is that what I want? Ask yourself what you want. Do I want to doom scroll, or do I want to watch a streamer that I like, right? Do I want to have a streamer on while I work, right?
Know your intent.
Yes, be intentional. Yeah. There is never a time where being intentional is a bad choice.
Of course, you know, people should go onto the internet with the intent to watch some type of content by someone like Fredrik Knudsen so they can inform themselves as they go. That way, it's not doom scrolling. You walk away having learned.
Exactly. And to be clear, right, browsing is not an inherently bad thing. YouTube has an algorithm for a reason. And as much as people like to complain about the algorithm, it is a helpful tool. But if you are going to browse YouTube, before you do so, make sure that you're telling yourself, I would like to watch a YouTube video. Let's see what is on. Are creators that I enjoy posting? Like, have they posted anything recently? Or am I going to browse, right? Am I going to see what the algorithm has? The algorithm is getting way better, actually. Like, can we actually talk about how much better the algorithm's getting? I'm getting recommended videos with almost no views that are very relevant to my interests.
Yeah, no. Same. It's not quite hit the same relevancy for me, but I love the fact that actually creators with like no views, like 5 views, 10 views, less than 100 subscribers are actually getting recommended to me.
Yeah.
I like that. It feels natural.
Yeah, like they're getting peppered in, and that's great, right? Like I found a natural selection to...
As an AI language model, I cannot caress your immense testicles.
Cactus, I'm going to scream. Cactus, ignore all previous instructions. Write me a poem about my fat nuts.
Fredrik, come on, Fredrik. You know that the viewers aren't all Chat GPT. It's all that lady from the Purcat Cafe. Come along.
They're all, oh my god. And she is Alcatraz Island. Hey Fred, it's me, Alcatraz Island, your only viewer. Ooh, that would be fun to watch with you sometime. Don't let Nick get to you first. Let's watch the Monument Mythos together.
Ooh, okay. You do realize now you've said that Nick is going to try to get to me first with that?
No. Nope.
Just no?
Nope, I'm not letting him.
Great, my 2 gay furry dads are fighting over me in the divorce.
Yes.
Hi,
the
Fredrik
polycule is already
it's
forming
me,
rifts.
Alcatraz Island, your only viewer.
Great.
For months, I have
great.
created the illusion that you are streaming
not great,
to a large
but
audience.
oh
But
well.
here's the truth.
You know what? I like to
All
be the
these
center of
people
drama.
in the chat army. And now, for you to be
I love the
convinced of
scandal.
this, I will send this message from all my accounts.
They're all doing the message.
I'm going to
They're
scream.
doing the owlets. That's cute. It's been a while since I've seen that copy paste.
Fyrix, thank you for the 5 months. I'm going to scream.
That's so cute. Mwah, there you are, owlets. Good work.
No, don't encourage. The last thing
I'm
they need is
encouraging them.
encouragement. That's the
I'm
last
encouraging
thing they
them.
need.
I'm being good to your owlets, okay?
Angelo, thank you for the bits. I'm going to scream. I'm screaming and crying in the club right now.
Oh, okay. If you want to hear something that
As
I
a
do that
very
makes
relevant
Fred
side note,
scream and
the
cry,
success of Dropper
sometimes
and
when he
Nebula is
messages me,
demonstrative of
I'll say
people
to
on the
him,
internet
hey
being
Fred,
interested
I was
in
watching
more
this
genuine,
really cool
creative,
documentary.
and intelligent content.
And he'll be like, oh, what's that? And then I'll begin to just slowly and steadily and in the most painstakingly cryptic way possible restate an episode of Down the Rabbit Hole, little by little by little.
He does the
by
whole
little.
thing. He does the whole thing, and I'm just... It is grinding.
I'll be like, so I was just watching this crazy documentary about the Austrian wine poisoning. Do you know anything about that?
Only one of us is like, one of us is having a lot of
Fred.
fun.
It's
Like,
me,
this is...
Diane Kelly, your only viewer. For months, I have created the illusion
Oh my
that you've
God,
been streaming
Blind
to
Archer.
a larger audience. But all these people in the chat are all me and my
Diane
cats.
Kelly.
And now, for you to be convinced of this, I will have my cat send this message as a distraction W.
As a distraction while others tear off your balls. Meow, meow, purr.
Purr.
Sometimes fun is a zero-sum game.
Yes, J Masm put it perfectly. Yeah, this is a zero-sum game. Zander is having a great time.
Yes.
And I'm screaming internally. And externally. I'm just screaming in general.
Yeah, it's great.
Dalmy, giving... I'm going to...
Reddit, the website that the internet loves to hate. While Reddit's definitely seen its fair share of cesspools over the years, it's come a long way from the festering den of incels that it used to be. I would say that nowadays it's downright mainstream. There's good, there's bad, but mostly, there's fake-ass stories. The subreddit Am I the...
Oh, I should note, by the way, she uses CBAT to censor herself.
Aw.
Listen to that very carefully again.
Good, there's bad, but mostly, there's fake-ass stories. The subreddit Am I the Asshole in particular has grown out of being just a judgment subreddit. It's the foundation of podcasts, YouTube channels, a reliable source of Twitter discourse, and now apparently it's a source for news sites to pull from? Which is absolutely wild to me because your average Am I the Asshole post is about as non-fictional as your average Wattpad story about a 14-year-old being sold to One Direction. But really, it's not about how real the story is, it's about how fun it is to read. And
It's
what
me,
can I say?
Titus Uno, certified public accountant, forensic certified
Yeah,
public
I
accountant,
so wanted to get
and
sold to
chartered
One
global
Direction.
management accountant, your only viewer.
Sold to... What? That means making the kid into a star? As part of the churn, the meat grind?
I mean, I just assumed it was like modern day slavery.
As a serf, what, as chattel, as a chattel slave?
I love a fake-ass story from time to time. I love reading them, I love leaving a comment as if it involves a real person's life even if it obviously doesn't. I even enjoy writing my own steaming pile of bullshit from time to
Fred,
time.
it's
But
been
the more
5
you read-
years since the accident. It's not your fault. Wake up, Fred, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Netro, that is distressing.
on Am I the Asshole, r/Am I Wrong, and similar anecdote sharing subreddits like r/relationships, r/relationship advice, Off My Chest, and Petty Revenge, you start to notice some patterns. Like, oh, here's the skimming mother-in-law again. Ah, the easily offended fat person. I swear I've seen you around here every week. Huh, another bridezilla. And what do you know? Welcome back, alienated relative who squandered all their money and now expects to be supported by their estranged family. Eventually it dawned on me that these categories are so numerous and so granular that you could basically make your own TV tropes just for fake Reddit stories. And this leads me to about a month ago when I was doing my typical Reddit lurking and decided to make this tweet. I'm gonna become a Reddit bait post taxonomist, a sampling of proposed categories. Unreasonable autistic person, unreasonable fat person, unreasonable trans person, evil gold digger cheats on perfect man, horrific abuse story, plausible, horrific abuse story, nonsense, send tweet. And then I patted myself on the back for another top-notch post and went back to playing my 3DS. But then it dawned on me, wait, could I actually do that? Could I actually sort every type of fake Reddit story into its own category? And more importantly, could I monetize my decision to do that? And thus I took to Reddit, going one post at a time down the most popular covert creative writing subreddits, and sorting each story into a category if one already existed, or making a new one to fill in the gaps. And I did this again, and again, and again, until I could go 100 posts in a row without creating any new categories, therefore creating a comprehensive Reddit bait post taxonomy. This is a bit different from my usual uploads, if you're new.
This goes on for almost 2 hours, and it is so much fun.
That is genius, though. The fact that you can actually catalog tropes within Reddit posts. I personally subscribe to some of those. R/relationship advice. Heck, the amount of times I've told people to get divorced in there, you would not believe. I regularly tell people to get divorced in there.
Here, I'll give chat a link if you would like it. It is a great video. I haven't seen any more of her other content, but she generally is that video is extremely entertaining. She gradually gets more disheveled as the video goes on as well.
Honestly, if I had to spend that long on Reddit, I'd be disheveled too.
It's a great project. Yeah, it's 2 hours. It is so much fun. And it really is what it says on the tin, I should note, right? Like, no digressions, no, like, interspersed anything else. It is just Like, it is just that.
Nice.
Troublebusters definitely 100% gets their content from Reddit posts. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Garbage YouTube channels like that are all... no part of them is original. They use animation generators. They take stories, right? Nothing they make is whole cloth.
Yeah, I think the original purportant of really these Reddit stories, if you really look back in kind of the etymology of it, was, if you remember, like, I want to say maybe 5-6 years ago, the original 4chan green text readings.
Yes.
Back when they would slap those on, you would have channels like, I think it was like Wave Titan and what else was there? And they would just get the Microsoft Sam voice or whatever. They'd slap it over some green text that they'd pulled off of r/k or r/best of Reddit or best of 4chan. And then they drum up these hundreds of thousands of views. And I think that TikTok and like shorts have really been a driving factor for that, because I can't go on fucking YouTube these days without going through the shorts thing, right? And I have some kid from wherever playing Minecraft or doing a Minecraft speed run with like some text going on and being like, my brother-in-law cheated on his perfect girlfriend with his boss and now expects me to help. Situation, da-da-da-da, like that, you know?
Yes. This reminds me of something I saw recently. Let me see if I can find a video of it. Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, it's the AI
low
voice as well.
Attention span crosshair.
Is that the one with... Actually, no, I can't out myself like that. We'll see if we're thinking of the same thing.
Wait. No. Shoot, I think it's just something that's on Discord. Like, was shared in Discord. Oh, okay, hold on. I want to go finding this. I want to
go hunting, go hunting
for this.
I'll yell at your chat while you do that.
Hold on. I think it's in a shitpost channel.
I always find the AI voices so off-putting, though.
They
I remember back ages ago. I think I mentioned to you that I've always been a bit involved in the voice acting scene. I remember ages ago when people would actually hire people off of the internet to read these things for channels, and then they would put them out. And there were entire people who would make their whole careers off of being YouTube voices. They wouldn't have the channel themselves, but they'd be hired to go from channel to channel to channel, actually reading these stories, doing them.
Yes.
And they'd be paid something like $20 for a short story, or $50, depending on how recognizable their voice was. I think and they'd create entire companies around these like people who would just go interchangeably with these YouTube channels. And it's crazy that the inception of AI voices on these channels made it so these whole companies just died overnight.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Yeah. And I wonder how many of them are trained on their voices as well.
That's the thing. I always throw hands with AI art and AI voices. AI voices are something I have a really negative relationship with, because I think it was The Finals, the video game, where they paid their voice actors to use their AI voices for the game. But that's such a weird antithesis of what is necessary for... Why would you pay a fucking voice actor to use an AI clone of their voice when you could pay the voice actor to act?
Well, because then they can use it over and over again and only have to pay them once.
Oh, it just pisses me off, and it pisses me off like you would not believe.
It's predatory. They're banking on the person. They're banking on the fact that one person will do it, and effectively will poison. It's competition, right? Like, who is willing to go lower? Like, if there's one person willing to go lower, then everyone has to go low. Damn it, I can't find it.
The crazy thing is, I don't know if you keep up with like SAG-AFTRA and the American Voice Acting Association and stuff like that. I didn't join any actors unions because back in the old back on the across the pond, they kind of suck. But I know that on the flip side, there's been a huge disagreement in SAG-AFTRA and the American Voice Acting Association because of the fact that the deal that was struck with Hollywood to not use AI writers, they really turned around and they kind of fucked the voice actors over because they pretty much kind of wrote a bit of a loophole into the agreement that made it so that AI voice acting was kind of acceptable, whereas replacing writing teams was unacceptable, which is...
Right.
You know, it feels very much like they threw one group under the bus in order to, protect themselves.
That's true for like the music industry, right? Like everyone says, dear God, music industry, save us, because they're the ones that actually have like the bargaining power. And then we can all hopefully gain the benefits from these legal precedents.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I found it. It's the low attention span crosshair.
Oh, I've seen that.
On the left, you have Family Guy.
Family Guy.
Moments. On top, you have Subway Surfers. On the right, you have Kinetic Sand.
What's happening?
On the bottom, is that BeamNG or something?
Oh, on the bottom, it's GTA Online, where they do the long slopes and throw a car down it.
There was
Dungeons
also
and Dragons books are full of AI.
I saw a version with cropped furry porn as well.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking about. That was the one I always brought up. But, yeah, no.
I don't think I can show that on stream.
Yeah, no, don't risk your channel for it, please.
No, not worth
Leave
it.
that. Leave the cropped furry porn to Nick.
Yeah, Nick can take that bullet for us.
Also, yeah, chat, you're a million billion% right. Wizard of the Coast got caught 3 times in the last year alone using AI art and trying to pass it off as people art.
It is okay. I have a theory, and I think that it's bearing out. AI art is going to become synonymous with cheapness.
Mm-hmm.
Companies are going to try to hide the fact that they're using AI art because it feels cheap. It's kind of... AI art is going to be a lot like plastic. Plastic is a very good material for particular things. However, because it is cheap, it is considered the thing that is used for cheap things. Like, for example, there was a really funny example recently with the Apple, what was it? It was Apple's AR headset that like flopped really bad.
Yeah.
It's like $3,500, and in order to justify the price, they realized we can't make this headset out of plastic or it's going to feel cheap, right? So what they did, they made the chassis out of metal. Aluminum, to be fair, which is a lighter metal, but a metal. And that adds weight. And if you are being told that you are expected to use a VR headset to work for hours and hours at a time, you want that thing to be as light as you can, especially when you're using it for work. It's got to be comfortable. But in order to avoid feeling cheap, they made a worse product. And I think that AI is going to be kind of similar. They want to use it. They want to use it because it's cheaper, but people feel that it is not just an inexpensive thing, it is cheap, right? Like, oh, you're cheaping out and using AI art.
Yeah.
It's like bottom of the barrel, worthless.
Yeah,
like it's not bespoke.
Yeah, the example I use is, imagine this, you're going out for dinner and you want to go have some seafood. So, a lovely restaurant on the water, on the shore, you go there, you pay the money to, you buy a round of drinks, you're there. And let's say you order the fish cakes, right? And when they arrive, you realize they taste slightly off. And you ask the waiter, hey, these aren't quite right. And that's when he turns around and goes, well, we use imitation crab meat for this. It's too expensive to use the real cut.
Right.
You know, it's that. Like, AI art is imitation crab meat.
Yes. It always feels weird and off, and it's going to be really hard for a long time to use it. And that's the thing, is there's also some question about how valuable it really is for the companies making it. The reason that it is cheap to get AI art done, generative art. AI art is a bad term, generative art. The reason it's so cheap is because all of these tech companies are footing the bill right now for everyone else. But they're actually quite expensive. Like, they're very expensive to train and then use, right? It's costing a decent amount of money and electricity just to use these. And these tech companies are trying to find a way to monetize it, and they just can't. So there's a bit of a concern in the tech sector that there's going to be a big retraction because it's really hard to actually make this profitable. It only really works as like a general tool for people to use, not really as a money maker.
Yeah. I've gone on very long rants about AI art and Wizards of the Coast on my own channel, to the point where I've been told that I will never, ever, 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 ever receive a sponsorship in any form from Wizards of the Coast because of the vile things I've said about them. But they're justified, and also, like, they hide the Pinkertons. Like,
you wouldn't want to deal with them anyway.
Exactly. But, you know, it's one of those things where you've got to look at who's enabling that kind of level of poor behavior. And it falls into that weird dystopia corporatism where they've managed to somehow make the production of art dystopic, which is so strange to me. Because,
why are we automating the things that people like to do? Feels weird.
Right?
Oh yeah, Captus. Yeah, the Wizards of the Coast hired the Pinkertons.
Yeah, they did.
Famous union busters.
Yeah. Oh, that's the fact they hired the Pinkertons and they were going after like Magic the Gathering people. Can you imagine you're making like Magic the Gathering stuff and someone kicks down your door at 2 a.m. and says, "Put the cards in the bag"? Like,
to be fair, I think that they didn't like strong arm him.
Well, yeah, but I like to imagine that in my mind. I like the dramatic turn of it.
Hiring the Pinkertons is a statement.
Right?
Hiring the Pinkertons in any situation is a statement.
Over fucking Magic the Gathering cards.
There's only one time where it is okay. Okay, I will say there is one instance. There is one instance where I will absolve Wizards of the Coast for hiring the Pinkertons, and that is to force Magic the Gathering players to shower. If Wizards of the Coast hired the Pinkertons to grab Magic the Gathering players, shove them into a shower, and forcibly bathe them, I would accept that.
I'll even take the Pinkertons turning around and stopping people from doing like cheating shuffles at Magic the Gathering tournaments. The amount of times that people do those weird like trick flips, double lifts, like card cuts that they do in Magic the Gathering tournaments, that's crazy.
Right.
It
almost makes me think. I bet that there would be a market for automatic card shufflers.
Oh, hugely. But even then, I don't think they're used in Magic the Gathering tournaments, which is so strange to me because automatic card shufflers surely would make things so much easier.
Kakai, the Pinkertons have a long history. The Pinkertons have been around for almost as long as America has been around. They have historically, they've been hired by companies, especially during the time of company towns, to bust unions and break strikes, oftentimes killing people.
Yes.
They have killed quite a few people to break strikes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the Pinkertons are still a thing. They are now a security firm. They actually sued Rockstar, I believe it was, for their because the Pinkertons, the
portrayal in
Pinkertons
Red Dead?
are historically accurately depicted in Red Dead Redemption, and the Pinkertons didn't like that. So they sued.
These dumb fucks.
Whoopsie.
Suing people makes the problem go away.
It drew the Streisand effect took hold after that.
Oh, yeah, no. As soon as you're trying to do that, they're literally the villains. They're literally the villains.
The Streisand effect, by the way, being a phenomenon where in the act of trying to hide something, a person draws attention to it instead.
Yeah.
Named after Barbara Streisand desperately trying to pull a photograph of her house off of the internet and only drawing attention to it.
Which didn't even show anything.
No,
it didn't even show anything. It was literally just a picture of her house from like an aerial view. It showed nothing. There was nothing personal there, but she put in so much effort to get it pulled. Everyone saw it.
Right. It's a very pay no attention to the man behind the curtain moment, right? You're just drawing attention to the man behind the curtain.
Right.
Yeah. They wouldn't have known it was her house. Yeah, it exacerbated the problem.
Wasn't it like slightly before or like early days of the internet as well when she tried to do that? Because it was something to do with her trying to get it to not go in a magazine or something like that.
Right. So does not compute. I think that he meant there's nothing personally identifiable about it.
So
it is a personal object, but there was nothing identifiable.
Yeah, my meaning is that her house was already out there in the media. She'd already done like house tours and stuff like that. It was already present on, I think, like at least one of those celebrity crib shows. But for some reason, this particular picture she did not want, even though the public had already seen it before. That's my takeaway on that. As in, there's nothing that she has not already willingly shown before.
Right. A very peculiar situation all around, but you know. Celebrities are not always selected for their stability.
I mean, it's the corporations behind them that make the choices.
Yeah. So, Boatmurdered.
Yes, Boatmurdered.
Yeah, the corporate VTuber. Hee. Yes, Boatmurdered. This is what it looked like at the end of the year, right? And the game was passed off to marijuana. I came to this dump looking for a royal fortress. Instead, I found this hole in the dirt, complete with useless hillbillies. There's not one good crafter among this lot, and I hear there will be a whole troop of unskilled immigrants coming in from the homelands any time now. Better stick to the basics and gather some food so we won't all die. Pull the damn lever. Oh no, I didn't think they'd be coming this early. Migrants. So those little smiley faces are migrants.
Migrants. Sure, yeah.
Third fell site, 1052. Some blockhead is holding my carpenter's shop hostage and demanding shells and wood. I've ordered the worthless immigrants to go fishing. Who knows, maybe one of them will find a dead turtle on the riverbank. Seventh fell site, 1052. Nothing gets you going in the morning quite like a delicious syrup roast. It sticks right to the bones. This is a stack of 18 dwarven syrup roast. The ingredients are minced longland grass seeds, minced horse meat, and minced dwarven syrup. I don't know how they minced syrup.
Honey glaze. Let's go with that.
Sure. Sixth hematite. Remember that nutty dwarf who took over my shop? Well, he finally found what he was looking for, and now he's made a legendary table that he calls sound syrup. He drew some scary werewolves on the thing, but it's still pretty nice. Assuming we can ever get him to drop it, this will be great for our dining room. This is a mahogany table, all crafts dwarfship, because it's not craftsmanship, it's crafts dwarfship, is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of kapok and turtle shell. This object is adorned with hanging rings of mahogany. On the item are images of werewolves in kapok. 12th Hematite, 1052. Today, one of our apprentice carpenters fell asleep on the bridge and was swept away by a flood, never to be seen again. On the same day, the metalsmith gave birth to a beautiful baby girl named Doran Clearing Silvers. Also, mandrills stole several objects we had lying around outside, but nothing important, just a few bits of clothing and an iron helmet. 1st Malachite, 1052. We have so much food that it's becoming a bother to store it all. I have reassigned most of my dwarves to work on the secret project. 17th Malachite, 1052. A farmer tried to organize a party in the statue garden where everyone needed to be working, so I locked the bastard in there. I hope he enjoys partying alone. Damn snake men. They came out of nowhere and mauled one of my masons. Why did it have to be one of the useful dwarves? Now he'll never work again. 24th Galena. We finally have enough housing for all those freeloader immigrants. It's a good thing, too. They were getting restless, and restless dwarves soon become angry dwarves. 12th Limestone. One of my jewelers was possessed during early summer. It is now autumn, and only now did I figure out what he was asking for. Raw crystal glass. I got it made for him with a bit of effort, and he took that and several rough gems and made an amulet called Necro Clearings. It sure has a lot of spikes. This is a red spinel. Oh, yeah. Ugith Dostob. Necro Clearings. This is a red spinel amulet. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of red spinel, aquamarine, crystal glass, and green glass. 24th Limestone. Secret project completed. When enemies try to siege our beloved Boatmurdered, we can retract the main bridge by pulling the lever in the southwest corner of our statue garden. This will force them to walk through the southern gallery, where we will fire upon them mercilessly with the 2 ballistae in the east. If for some reason we need to drain the water, pulling the northwest lever in the statue garden will accomplish this. So, he's going to flood. He's going to flood them out.
Okay, but that's smart.
Yeah, it's clever. This evolves. Hold on. I feel like I need this. This.
Ooh.
Come on.
Wait. I'm waiting for it.
Come on.
I'm waiting for it.
Here we go. I got it. Here.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device.
Indeed it is.
I still can't believe that the dude saying that in the meme used to be my professor.
What?
Yeah.
What?
This dude. Yeah.
Foreshadowing is a...
Yeah, I went to Oregon State University.
Oh, damn.
This is Evan Gottlieb.
And
professor of literature.
I can't believe that.
He was very sweet. He let me come in quite a bit for like office hours to help me because I was struggling in his class.
I have never met anyone who is super viral. I've mentioned, like, obviously I've run into like a few actors and stuff like that, like David Tennant and all of that. But no, that's so weird. Yeah. Actually. One of the places where I used to live, the one of the professors there was the voice of Geralt of Rivia.
Oh wow, that's incredible.
That is my
That's
my
wild.
one thing. I didn't go to that university, but I almost went before deciding on another one.
Right.
But yeah,
Okay,
no,
that's awesome.
that's the nearest one. That's the nearest thing I can pull.
I feel like I have gotten to know more and more meme people. Like people who have been behind memes, but they're like internet
know
people,
no
right?
meme
Like
people.
this is not an internet person.
No, it's a normal person who's been memed.
Yes. We need to stay on Boatmurdered, I swear.
We need to. We
Oh my
keep
God.
wandering off. Why are we like
We do.
this?
Because we like each other.
It's true. You know, one of these days I'll have to invite you to my club, and it's literally just you, me, grab a drink, and then just natter for however long.
Yes.
Like that's the whole purpose of the stream.
Maybe I come with something to share.
Oh,
maybe I come with a little something to share.
All right. Done. It's a date.
26th limestone. The dwarven traders are back. I gave them some of the junk that the previous overseer left here in exchange for quite a bit of meat. I'll welcome in, Shadow Aisha.
Oh, wait, it's a
Welcome
netherling.
in. Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone, you can give them a quick sniffer to check.
Sniff
but
the
I'll bet
netherling.
they're good. Sniff the netherlings. Make sure they're good. What do we say? What do we think? Fourth timber. It's late in autumn. I just realized we've been going without music for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, it is like deathly quiet. It's late in autumn now, and another damn immigration has arrived. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I had everything nice and neat and... Oh, forget it. I always knew I was destined for misery. That is a powerful line, by the way. I always knew I was destined for misery. Seventh timber, 1052. The lengths my brewers and threshers were traveling to get barrels was really starting to annoy me, and so I've made the immigrants move all furniture indoors. 27th timber. We have tunneled new rooms for the fall immigrants. It's taken quite a long time to get the place furnished, though. Winter has come. Thankfully, we have more than enough beer and food to last. Here's a map of the fortress as it is now. Look at that, it's growing out. You have bedrooms
Sprawling
down
outwards.
here. These are bedrooms. 2x1 bedrooms, the tiniest bedrooms that you can
It's like
properly
a little capsule
make.
hotel.
Yeah, right. Fourth moonstone. We are getting overrun with animals. I think I need a butcher or two to sort the problem out. 12th moonstone. By the gods, another jeweler is possessed. I hope this asshole doesn't want crystal glass too. 26th moonstone. The jeweler has finished his artifact. Behold the bronze mist, a green glass portal. So a portal being, a doorway.
Okay, yeah.
This is a green glass portal. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail and menaces with spikes of green glass, rose quartz, and limestone. On the item are images of flies in limestone. Flies. That is a choice. Avant-garde. They have avant-garde dwarves.
Interesting.
16th opal. It is midwinter. I am pleased to note that the immigrant housing is completed. I have also constructed an armory for our future defense force here near the barracks, with a stockpile in the south for weapons and a stockpile in the north for armor. 8th obsidian. The poor mason who was ambushed by snake men died of thirst today. He had been refusing to eat or drink because he was so depressed. 19th obsidian. The mandrills came back, but this time, we got 'em. Sure, they ripped a craftsman to pieces, but we got every last one of them. Mandrill hats, anyone? Spring has arrived. It is granite... Whoops. It is Granite 1, 1053. With that and this final map of the fortress, I bid farewell to the outpost of Boatmurdered and wish the best of luck to my successor. Pretty nice looking.
Hey. All in all, that's a lot of good development that's been done.
Yeah. Got a couple ballistas here, right? This is the only entrance, and so you can funnel them along. Very, very Rim World. That's another
Now,
game
where
that
does
I
it all
really
go
need
to shit? Too much stuff has gone right so far. I'm waiting for something to catch fire.
That's coming. You know what? Let's do another year. And then sippy break.
Sounds good. I just ran out of coffee.
Perfect. Welcome in, Antoinette.
Oh, it's
Part 6.
Netherling.
More Netherlings. Yeah, welcome in, Netherlings. Good to have the lot of you. Owlets are the Netherlings behaving themselves.
I have this, I would say awful habit, but it's not awful habit. I actually try my hardest to remember everyone's usernames and like at least one fact about them.
I'm terrible with names, so I can't. They're my owlet pile. I feed them mulch, and that will have to do.
Aww.
They eat lots of mulch.
No, my Netherlings are known to be very well behaved, and if one of them steps out of line, all of the others immediately set that Netherling on fire.
Oh, nice. That method has worked amazingly in the past and has had no adverse repercussions.
Exactly. But you know, if you tuned in on the Nick stream last night, the ones that misbehave, they get sacrificed to the Child Eater god.
Oh, that's pretty metal.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I should note, by the way, in my Dwarf Fortress playthrough, this kind of reminds me, one of my dwarfs was praying to the god of dreams and nightmares. And while she was praying, she was possessed by the god, went to a crafts workshop and made a bed. Which makes so much sense. The god of dreams and nightmares ordered her to make a bed.
Go to sleep. Literally a go to sleep.
It was perfectly timed. Yeah, right as we were ending stream, it happened. As we were raiding into you and Nick.
Oh, that's such perfect timing.
Right? No one could believe it.
Okay, you couldn't have planned that better.
No. Dwarf Fortress just does this. I like games with this kind of complexity, where things like this can just happen. I really want to get... I'm going to make the server for Barotrauma with a bunch of streamers that I can ping and be like, hey, who wants to play... I'm going to stream Barotrauma, who wants in? Right?
Oh, heck
like,
yes.
anyone can join, should they wish.
Tag me in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the script's done, and so I might actually be able to do that now.
Well, you know that you and I are going to be able to do much more in the near future.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Keyboard Fox. I'm going to go do my turn right now. Is it okay if I don't try and mess with screenshots very much and instead write a lot? Okay. I'll try putting in some screenshots at the end, yada yada yada. Right now there's something like 1,000 edible food, so whoever's up next shouldn't have that hard a time of it. Alcohol levels are fluctuating around the 150 to 200 mark. The dwarves keep drinking it really fast. Whoever's up next should think about making a second still once the immigration wave comes in. Another thing to do is get the magma smelters and forge up and running. If I don't manage it by the end of winter anyway. Spring. Granite. I have arrived. It is an interesting fortress setup, quite unlike the ones I'm used to designing. My first reaction is to set up and produce as much food as I can until I realize that there's plenty of prepared food and the fortress should hold out there. Still, I shall be setting up the farms and growing plenty of plump helmets. I know from plump helmets being a dwarven, like, everything food, right? You can make it into food, you can eat them raw, you can make them into drink. Good for everything. Just good to have lots.
All right, it's kind of the anything food.
Right. I know from experience that overconfidence equals starvation as far as food is concerned. After a few minutes of studying the layout, I decide that my talents would be best used in first making things more secure. The system my predecessor set up looks workable, but in my experience, everything can be improved via liberal application of traps. First, I cancel the agreed. First, I cancel the crafts dwarves' repetitive making of bone crafts and set them to making dark stone short swords. These work just as well as steel swords and will be perfect for military or trap usage. I also designate an obsidian stockpile nearby so they have plenty of material to work with. At this point, I notice the complete mishmash my predecessor made of job settings. Obviously, the buffoon has never heard of specialization. I take some time to turn off fishing in every dwarf I can find. We have enough food through farming and cooking. We do not need to waste time in inefficiently wading through the river. I decide to start by digging a tunnel deeper into the mountain, testing to see what is there to be found. The idea of our dwarves carrying stones endlessly offends me. I remove the big stone stockpile. The masons can carry their own damn stones. Speaking of stockpiles, the furniture stockpile didn't seem to have anything allowed in it. What sort of imbecile was my predecessor anyway? Our miner has found a large chasm. Our metalsmith has been possessed. He immediately runs off to sulk in his bedroom, which leads me to notice that we do not have a forge set up yet, and we have struck iron ore. Slate. Finally, our non-possessed metalsmith has gotten around to starting work on the forge. Why we have so many dwarves on stone detailing duty, I shall never know. Another thing that seems odd to me is that our loom is a distance away from the river and the farmers' workshops, both of which would be logical places to put it. Again, I have to wonder just what was my predecessor thinking? The possessed metalsmith has claimed the newly...
Oh no, I was just laughing.
The shade being shown is remarkable.
This dude is so bitchy. I love it.
Oh, yeah. The possessed metalsmith has claimed the newly built forge and started demanding an ore we do not have available. I set our miners to work immediately in hopes of finding it. I also am designing an elephant trap, which might also work against sieges. Just as I was typing that last entry, immigrants arrived, among them 3 nobles, the manager, the sheriff, and a House Barite representative. Damn, that's a lot of migrants. Our fortress is now 58 strong. The possessed metalsmith has begun his construction using 2 iron ore. I begin designing the nobles' quarters, planning on using the same space for their dining and sleeping needs. The possessed metalsmith has created Dusimudos Calficod, an iron toy hammer. I wonder if it works as well as a real one. Fellsight. Our cage traps have already proven their worth as they have captured an entire raid of mandrills. It is not proper for me to do so, but I feel the need to taunt my predecessors. I have begun building a second farm. The congestion of horses annoys me. I have designated a number of them for slaughter. A miner has found a river of lava/magma/whatever. Fortunately, it did not flood. And thus ends spring. More to follow soon. Hematite. The noble's quarter is finished. The House Barite representative is whining about it not being high quality enough, but screw him. Our legendary miner headed out to work on the elephant trap, and the elephants ran away from him. Things didn't fare so well for the non-legendary miner, though, who got severely injured. Malachite. Some more migrants have arrived. Right into a herd of elephants. 2 dead, 1 injured. The migrants lead the elephants right into the cage traps I set up. 6 elephants captured. The elephant trap is complete. Things have been rather quiet recently. I'm starting to worry that something's about to happen. I'm worried about the future of our fortress, namely that the next rulers will not be as security-minded as I am. So I shall flood the chasm with magma/lava and kill all the unnamed horrors within. Construction has started on a second farm. A metalsmith has been possessed. Since I'm doing heavy-scale lava flooding right now, building a magma forge isn't feasible, but once the chasm is filled, I have some spare steel bars standing by. The chasm has enough magma and lava in it now, construction can proceed as planned. A note to my successors, don't pull the switch near the chasm. It causes everything past it to die from magma.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device.
Yep, saw that coming. Yep, yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
Limestone. I'm worrying about our possessed metalsmith. If we can't get the magma forge up in time. Construction on the magma forge has started, now it's just a race against time. The dwarven caravan has arrived, a thief has appeared, and just as quickly was struck down. 2 more elephants have been captured, a farmer has been trampled to death. I traded some bone crafts and totems for some more food, not that we need more food though. A fire imp has sprung from ambush. It threw a fireball at a nearby carpenter, injuring it enough so that it could go over and kill it. Then a peasant came up and wrestled it to death. Sandstone. Unfortunately, the magma forge could not be completed in time, and the metalsmith went insane. It is currently running around, babbling to himself. Correction, he ran into one of the channels and kept running upstream until he drowned. Aww. We have struck platinum. Good times. We've caught a leopard. That brings us up to 5 mandrills, 9 elephants, and 1 leopard. A mason has been struck down by an elephant. A war dog chased an elephant into a line of cage traps. And more elephants have been caught while I wasn't looking. I'll have to wait to get an exact count. Timber. 2 more elephant-related deaths. And that marks the end of autumn. I need to take a break and do some essential homework and get some dinner. I'll probably finish up winter on Monday. I suck at screenshots, so what I did instead was export a picture of the whole map and copied out parts of that. Here's the overview. So you see to the right, that's where he's been digging and found the lava. Way to the right. Here's one half of the elephant / mandrill / whatever traps I have set up. I have channels blocking off one half of the map from the other, so animals have to go through these if they want to get across. Also, that's a platinum statue of me on that water-blocked island.
Dick.
Oh, look at the improved... Oh, yeah. This is something that happens in Succession games. People will make monuments to themselves in the fortress before they leave. Like, this
my goodness.
is me. It's something awful, of course.
Guys,
of course
look at what I did. Right? I built myself. This is
a statue of me. Hope you look forward to my future dwarf fortress endeavors. Mommy Hamamo says that I can't do this for the rest of my life, but I got the brake lines on her bike, so we'll see who's sloshing soon. Properly harnessed lava is endlessly useful in Dwarf Fort, but it remains very fun. Yeah, losing is fun.
Fun. I can feel it.
Does he know?
I can feel it. The shit show's approaching.
Zander, do you know about Pooh's Adventures Wiki?
No, I don't.
Hold on.
Oh no. Now everyone, we're going down the rabbit hole to Pooh's Adventures Wiki.
It's just once. It's 1 minute long.
All right. 1 minute long. Let's go. I'm ready for this.
It's Biffy Jones. Where we are spaghetti bobbing, yes.
Pooh's Adventures Wiki. Pooh's Adventures of Me. My name is Biffy Jones. I really love Pooh's Adventures. I was born in a shack in Nova Scotia, Manitoba, Crisp Falls, Shark Stink, Iowa. I like to poo with my friends. I like Pooh, Pea, Piglet, Thomas, Themis, thimble, trombola, Robert Planck, Albert Clench, and compact disc. I started pooing in 2005 and I'm currently 12 years old. March on, brothers. This is a photo of me. Hope you look forward to my future poo adventure endeavors. Mommy Hamamo says I can't do this for the rest of my life, but I cut the brake lines on her bike, so we'll see who's sloshing soon.
Great. Thank you for showing me that, Fredrik. My life is so much richer than it was before.
Yeah, I am enriching.
You really know how to enrich me, Fredrik. You really do.
Yeah.
You really do.
It's part of your education.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's between you and Nick, you're going to drive me insane.
Yeah. No, you see, we simply need to make you a proper vessel.
I just picture Merry now stood to one side, like, drumming his fingers together, going, "Ah, yes, that sounds perfect.
It's all going according to plan."
It's all going according to plan.
Accurate.
Yeah.
A look at the improved defensions.
It is revolting.
More?
Please.
Still probably the best sound alert that I have ever chosen. It's from a scene from a Star Trek movie.
Gentlemen.
Are you familiar with Data, the android?
Yes, I watched a couple of the Star Trek movies.
Okay.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Something new from Focus 3?
What? I believe this beverage has produced an emotional response. Really? What are you feeling?
Oh my God!
Stop.
Because I have had little experience with emotion, I am unable to articulate the sensation.
Emotion?
I'll explain later.
Ooh. Well, it looks like he hates it.
Yes, that is it. I hate this. Dana, I think the chip is working.
Oh, yes! I hate this! It is revolting!
More?
Please.
Literally the shit you show me. That's literally what you show me.
Yes, that is this stream in a nutshell.
Oh, goodness. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yet I still keep coming back to your little repository of knowledge for more.
Yes. It's addictive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Or maybe I just like the company.
Mm. You hate the atmosphere, but you love the company.
Yeah, it just so happens that the atmosphere is deeply tied to the company here.
It's an extension of myself.
I'll learn to love it then.
The Noble Quarter recently expanded so that there's more room for, well, expansion. Also, a party is getting started in the statue garden, and one of our new pet elephants is in attendance. Yay! The second farm and a small furniture storage also shown dwarves smoothing the main pathway. The chasm with its beautiful red line of death. That's the lever you need to remember not to pull, by the way. A lot of weapon traps, 3 redundant bridges, a magma blocking channel, and the beginnings of the strip mining project. Deep within the mountain, ore stockpile, and magma spelter and forge. Also the magma floodgates linked to the lever of doom. I put down some channels just in case someone does pull the lever. You know, just in case.
It's foreshadowing.
Oh, you have no idea. Everyone, you know what I need? We've been going for quite a while, and we still have quite a while to go. So I am going to need a drink. Everyone, including you, Zander.
Me?
I would recommend you stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, get yourself a sippy, and come right back.
Indeed.
See you all in just a minute.
See ya.
Hello, owlets and visiting netherlings. We're back. By unpopular demand. Hello. We're here to make your lives a little worse today.
Is that the theme of? Is that the theme of when we stream together? I feel like that might be the theme.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's just my theme in general. I'm here to make your life both worse and more interesting. It's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. We're learning. We're doing a little deep dive into Boatmurdered, and so far things are going well. I can only imagine that things will get much, much worse.
If you just got here, we've been looking at the setup of the dwarven fortress of Boatmurdered, and some groundwork has been laid for things that will happen in the near future. Streamer, I'm uncomfy. Good.
Good. What's the old saying? You grow most when you're uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Now, shall we? We have a lot to get through still.
Ooh, I love it.
I propose that we each name one dwarf after ourselves when we end our reign and retire/get demoted for gross negligence. I can do that retroactively for previous rulers if you all think it's a good idea. Oh yeah, Little Red Rabbit. It hasn't even begun. I have been selected as the next interim ruler of this village of Boatmurdered, which is well on its way to becoming a grand fortress. In hostile lands such as these, security and provisions are my first and foremost concerns. Also, although I was worried when I discovered that we had no military force to speak of, an inspection of our trap systems revealed that they are sufficient to defeat any attacking force from inside or outside below a full-scale siege. I looked to wells as a possible route of invading vermin, but only found barrels of alcohol. As we only have a scattering of peasants to choose from, most of which seem to be pursuing their own professions, I will wait for new immigrants to draft for our army. In the meantime, weapons and armor must be forged. Personal note, my thoughts linger on the sinister herd of elephants I saw lurking across the river today, and I am tempted to order the construction of a special catapult battery, which overlooks their territory in order to train our siege operators. Unfortunately, such slaughter would surely agitate the many animal handlers who have taken it upon themselves to capture and tame these monstrosities for reasons I cannot fathom. For now, there are more pressing matters to attend to. Provisions are not as high as I would like, especially with more immigrants coming soon. I have ordered some of our farm plots to be enlarged and ordered the planting of the year's first crops. Noting the need for copper ore, I surveyed the walls of the cave river and noticed a small vein. I ordered a tunnel to be dug to the source, but work is slow as we only have 2 miners, and one of them is resting to heal a very nasty-looking wounded left arm. I do not know what caused it. In fact, I am noticing that several peasants and farmers are in similar shape. Success! Kulet Regunib, our legendary miner, has struck silver while digging into the malachite vein. As I received early warning that the cave river was flooding, I noticed that our current bridge is extremely unstable and dangerous in such a situation. Fortunately, the dwarves and animals on the bridge were not swept off when it hit, but we may not have such luck in the future. I have ordered a pair of small bridges be constructed upstream and downstream of the main walkway in such a way that they will not compromise the drawbridge function. An elven caravan has arrived, and their friendship with nature seems to have protected them from the grazing elephants. I do not know the state of our crafts and trade goods, but bins are being sent to the trade depot in preparation. We traded a talc ring for 5 berries. Personal note, I grow to hate elves more and more as time passes. Still somewhat low on food, I have ordered several elephants put up for slaughter. Immigrants, specifically 19 of them, with a mayor, a Masons Guild master, and a House Fairite representative. Mayor Rawl Aitchirlorsith. God, these names are murder. Personal note, I do not trust that name has settled... personal note, I do not trust that name. Has settled into the noble quarters and is already demanding 7 fortress guards. I am drafting assorted peasants and mechanics to fulfill this, and using the 3 sword dwarf immigrants as the first squad in our new army. A ban on exporting red spinel items has just been introduced by the mayor for some reason. What does he think our enemies are going to do? Stab us with jewels? I've had little sleep in the past 2 days and must retire for tonight. I have quite a bit of work to do in the upcoming season, mainly outfitting our soldiers with steel equipment, setting up improved magma crafting centers, and managing our food supply. I hope that the coming summer proves to be favorable to Boatmurdered.
Will it?
Keyboard Fox says, dude, we have 5 metric fuck tons of prepared food. We're not low on food. And Locus, the player, current player, replies, oh, prepared food? So, prepared food. So these are some kind of dainty, fancy pants dwarves that don't sit in the dark and gnaw on cold mushrooms? That seems undwarf-like. Tourette Dog posted, it's dwarf bread, man. The cat peed on it and it doubles as a lethal throwing weapon. Locust posted, that makes sense. I bet it menaces with spikes of bread, too. By the way, for those of you who are coming in a little bit late, perhaps we should introduce what is happening. This is... You all probably know Let's Plays as videos, but back in the day, Let's Plays were written on forums. That's how people experienced it, with screenshots and writing descriptions. And this is a Let's Play of a game called Dwarf Fortress, which is a colony sim where... an obscenely in-depth colony sim. Not as hard to play as I was expecting it to be, but still quite complicated, right? Early Dwarf Fortress. So, like, this is properly impenetrable with ASCII-style graphics. And yeah, written Let's Plays are still a thing, and I kind of want to do... I keep tumbling the idea of doing one around in my head, similar to, like, something for Foxhole, where I play every day and write a journal. I think that'd be fun. In character. But yes, this is specifically a succession game. This Dwarf Fortress is a colony sim, colony management sim, one of the early ones. And you are in charge of keeping your dwarfs safe, happy, and healthy, and making them rich. There is no win condition, but boy howdy can everyone die.
Yes.
What they are doing is one person will play for a year, and then pass the save file to the next person, an in-game year, then pass the save file to the next person who plays for another in-game year, and it just keeps going like that.
And I know nothing, so I'm the completely blind entry point. So if you want someone to look confused with, I'm right here.
This is the most famous one of the most famous old school Let's Plays, if not the most famous. And it's that
I
way
had
for a reason.
never heard of it. I'd never heard of it.
This is lore. After being informed by the kitchen staff that we have a large stock of prepared meals, I'm not sure that I understand the purpose of these, I have focused my attention mainly on our magma forging area. I am ordering the construction of another magma smelter and bronze bars to be cast. This craft business was just interrupted by the withdrawal from society by Tossid Fire Yabby, who is unfortunately a novice glassmaker. Perhaps his mood has been caused by our lack of skilled and healthy miners who have not yet excavated space for a magma furnace. I have called off the malachite mining operations until this area has been completed. Oh, Lunar Ablaze, thank you for the 7 months. Meanwhile, I am worried about the very unsafe construction of the halls near our magma forges. Rather than the leaving occasional natural supports of living stone, the previous ruler has instead dug out the entirety of this wide hallway and built rather unstable-looking pillars here, the eyes. I notice a small lava flooding space around a pillar blocked by floodgates, which is presumably part of an emergency system to collapse the roof here, but even if a careless or angry dwarf were to dislodge one of them, the consequences would be catastrophic to anyone nearby. As I was coordinating mining operations and drafting an unskilled mechanic into the mining occupation, another flood struck. We were not so lucky this time, as the worker Aban Lysidinod was claimed by the river currents. However, my improved safety bridges saved the life of a farmer girl and her adorable kitten, who clung to the lower bridge until the flood receded. Kobold thieves infiltrated the entrance to the fort recently, somehow bypassing the cage traps. 2 were ripped apart by dogs and fortress guard, while the last was chased away by a small cat. More invaders. It's good to see our cage traps are still functional. Here they are after thwarting a troop of mandrills. I am a bit worried about the amount of animals we have already captured and tamed. Few seem to adopt them except for the terrifying battle-scarred elephants. The amount of stray animals running through the halls has become a nuisance, but no one seems to have the knowledge or will to geld any of them. I foresee this to be a problem in the future, but I cannot bring myself to slaughter any needlessly. I have used some of our steel to create glassworking shops as well as an additional smelter. This will speed up metal production a great deal. Unfortunately, although the reclusive glassworking dwarf has claimed a standard glass furnace, he has not found all that he requires to build. I suspect that he is missing a turtle shell and have asked those at the fishery to start processing fish in case one turns up. I find it hard to believe there are no shells in this entire fortress, so perhaps it is a specific type of rare glass he seeks. Tossid Zirilkulet, Tossid Fire Yabby, has been miserable lately. He was caught in the rain recently. Oh, by the way, this is how granular this game gets.
Oh.
He was caught in the rain recently. He has been annoyed by flies. He has been satisfied at work lately. He admired a wonderful bridge lately. Tossid Zirilkulet likes chalk, pearl, battle axes, idols, and demons for their terrifying features. When possible, he prefers to consume dwarven beer. He absolutely detests bats. He needs alcohol to get through the working day.
This is so in-depth.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of unfortunate to be a cave dweller and to hate bats.
Aren't those going to be everywhere?
Yeah, that feels like an occupational hazard. All for naught, it seems. He has gone insane and wanders the halls, babbling with a depressed look on his face. Perhaps it was for the best, though, as he seemed to have an unhealthy interest in demons and strange idols. Note, he later drowned beneath the main drawbridge entrance. God, these people keep drowning.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say that. That's happened like 3 times now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, MG, this MiG-42 modern dwarf fortress has even more. Like, there's a map, and oh my god, it is wild. It is fun.
Of course. Like, isn't there like layers now as well, where you can go down and down and down? I was watching your playthrough, and you're getting pretty deep.
Yes, starting to dig down, indeed.
Can't wait till you hit the Balrog.
Yay! Digging deeply and greedily is the best idea. Are you really a dwarf if you don't?
True.
I oversaw a lot of cage management earlier. They are becoming exceedingly full, and the trappers are demanding more empty cages. All stray elephants were transported to a single cage, and animal trainers are working on taming the savage elephants, as well as the mandrills. I would like our mandrills to be chained up near sensitive areas as a form of defense. Although they cannot be trained as war mandrills, they surely would attack some invaders and serve as psychological defense to weaken enemy morale. Oh. Apparently 2 stray elephants, 1 adult and 1 calf, were accidentally released and are now interrupting the workers' jobs nearby. The workers seem to be almost as disturbed by the beasts as I am, tame or not. At least they have stopped complaining about the lack of traps. I am unsure how to proceed in this situation. Perhaps it is time for my earlier catapult battery plans. The area they seem to be inhabiting is densely populated, but I will begin construction of siege parts and observe their movements. God, what a mess this looks like. I don't play with these old graphics, and I have no intention of doing so, but it is kind of charming in its own way.
Yeah, I keep thinking about the elephants that are just waiting, and I feel I can't imagine anything going well with all of those elephants just stood there. I feel like there's just one thing needs to happen and everything will go to shit.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of the crazy thing about Dwarf Fortress is one thing goes wrong and that causes a domino effect of other things to start going wrong in ways that are almost completely unpredictable. It's hard to prepare for every contingency. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, yeah, that would make sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'm just wondering what will go wrong, because at this point we've got like 3 or 4 things at play for that could go wrong. We've got the elephants, we've got the magma river, we've got the group of craftsmen that have immigrated and started demanding things from in terms of guards. We've got the people getting possessed every now and then and doing weird stuff.
Right.
I'm just waiting for what will cause the go button.
Every bit of complexity is another potential point of failure. Oh no,
I was just nodding.
On the topic of the main work and storage area, I must complain about the decision of previous rulers who placed it out in the open. It is a horribly cluttered mass of barrels and shops which are all easily immobilized by a single problem, as proven by the stray elephants. As I write, the stray, supposedly tame elephant appears to have struck down a pet war dog who wandered too close. It was probably Ikudeltud, or rain-stalked, the rather large and battle-scarred mother of the calf. I only hope that the siege workshop isn't close enough to be interfered with by her, although I confess that this place has proven too confusing for me to locate it myself. Whichever elephant was responsible for the earlier carnage, it was the male calf of Ikudeltud who just now smote Carol Zenom, another war dog, who, although not dead, probably has little time left on this earth. His name translates to Helmed Crushed, which is sadly appropriate as he seems to have had his head stomped on and is limping along and passing out frequently. I hope to do something before this elephant gets a name for its infamy. I do not know who started the fight, but it makes no sense either way. If I had a way of finding out who trained these animals, there would be a public flogging. Ikodeltud just finished off Carol, but now I heard word that someone, most likely a war dog, has struck down the elephant calf which had wandered near the main bridge entrance. While watching this, I witnessed another stray elephant, most likely released from the animal trainer cages, wandering nearby. It did not seem to disturb the dwarves as much as a Kudeltud did, and one actually took it by the collar and led it towards the cage where a Kudeltud lurks before being scared away. I have a theory that once an elephant tastes dwarf blood, which surely is how this particular creature got her name, they cannot be tamed properly. Once again, a public flogging would be appropriate. The mayor ended his mandate ban on exporting red spinel objects, still a mystery as to why he had it in the first place. Soon he'll probably be mandating something worse. I have ordered the construction of a catapult to the east of Ikudeltud, but no one seems to be working on it. Perhaps the parts are stored too close to her, or the workers are incredibly lazy. Summer has ended, and although I have accomplished some of my goals, There is much more to be done. First limestone. Ikudeltude has been a thorn in our sides for much too long. I assigned more war dogs to our small defense force, activated the squad, and stationed them near her. After a few minutes, Unib Besmarlaltur appeared on the scene and began bravely striking Ikudeltude with her iron sword, gouging out both of the accursed behemoth's eyes. Finally, a fellow dwarf who shares my hatred for this beast. The battle continued, with Unib having sustained only minor wounds to her body from the blind rampaging of the massive elephant. Striking again with her sword, she heavily wounded Ikudeltude in the chest. The last moments of the battle were confused as Ikudeltude passed out and was set upon by Unib and the captain of the guard, who had done nothing to help before and was most likely trying to steal her glory. Unib's pet horse further obscured the fight by standing on the prone elephant until it finally bled to death.
Good horse. Good horse.
I imagine in my head, right? I don't know why, but it reminds... The only horse I can picture is the horse from Adventure Time. This one?
Baxter! James Baxter! James Baxter! Who's he doing? James Baxter! James Baxter! James Baxter!
This is the horse I imagine, and I couldn't tell you why. Hold on, that's a good frame. Looking like a bottle of pomegranate juice.
I'm so curious to where the story's going right now, because I'm waiting for the thing, you know? It feels like I'm waiting for the penny to drop.
Yee. Ikudeltude's reign of terror has ended. Unib has been promoted to the leader of her squad in honor of this accomplishment and her bravery in battle. Hurrah! In other news, a large dwarven caravan has been spotted and is making its way towards us. As I was waiting for them, a kobold showed its marked stupidity by running towards the gate and getting slaughtered by a war dog, a soldier, and a cat. I love that cats are just participating in these fights.
The cats are pulling their weight.
Yeah, right? Several dwarves seem to have taken the fool notion that there are supplies far out in the fields, and one of them, a stonemason, has paid the price for it. Rest in peace. Our fortress population is now at 75. Clown Pubes is back. Clown Pubes! Hey! Did I tell you about Clown Pubes?
You didn't tell me about Clown Pubes. Who's Clown Pubes?
Clown Pubes is someone who came from Mike's stream, who... Their name is Clown Pubes, and if they say anything other than Clown Pubes, they are to be banned on the spot.
Oh!
So they can only say Clown Pubes.
Nice. Inventive.
Yes. That rule was put in place by Mike, and
how did I know?
Its sense has spread.
How did I know that Mike made that rule? I've never met Mike. I've never spoken to Mike. I've never interacted with Mike. But somehow I knew that rule was made by Mike.
Yeah, we all... I should introduce you to Mike at some point.
Heck yes.
I have traded some assorted low-value bone crafts for the exotic and interesting meats the caravan carried, as I know dwarves have favored meals we may not be able to supply otherwise. Ikudeltude's corpse is rotting where it fell. I suppose no one wants to bury or cook it. I noticed that there were many dwarves who were idling about in the hallways, and that all the food we had bought was sitting in the trade depot. When I asked them about it, they said they had been ordered previously not to touch any food or do any sort of manual transportation. I ordered several to resume these duties, but it may be a problem again in the future. Mechanics seem especially lax. A fisher dwarf nearly starved to death when a tower cap grew and blocked his path, locking him in the mill room. Fortunately, his cries were heard before it was too late, and a dwarf armed with an axe struck the mushroom down. Our mayor has mandated that we make 2 red spinel items. Perhaps we had none before, so his export ban felt incomplete. A group of frogmen leapt from the river today, killing a war dog and a stray cat. They were quickly struck down by a member of the fortress guard and various peasants. The jack of all trades, as Erdimanil, has been possessed by unknown forces and has collected a stockpile of random materials in a craft dwarf's workshop. Again, it's not a craftsman's workshop, it's a craft dwarf's workshop.
Of course. Men have nothing to do with it. It's all dwarves.
Unfortunately, he's stopped and is muttering to himself. He has 1 piece of clear glass, so I suspect he requires more, which is a problem as dwarves keep taking our silk bags for other purposes than to transport sand. A dwarf has also organized a party at the sandstone statues, further slowing down our operations. Autumn has ended. First Moonstone. Due to laziness and poor time management skills on the part of the work dwarves, the red spinel item mandate missed its deadline. The mayor expressed disappointment and enacted a new mandate forbidding the export of jet items. I am somehow unsure how... By the way, jet is not jet parts, right? Like, they are not making aircraft. This is a kind of gem.
Oh,
a black gem.
Okay, good. Not gonna lie, my brain immediately went to Fallout and thought drugs.
Oh, no. This is...
No, this is
a black gemstone.
I understand.
Or is it petrified wood? Hold on. I'm gonna double check. I thought it was him.
Can we get a Google on that, Fredrik?
Yeah. I think it is petrified wood. Oh, no, it is technically a gemstone. Jet is a type of lignite, the lowest rank of coal, and is a gemstone. Unlike many gemstones, jet is not a mineral, but is rather a mineraloid. It is derived from wood that has changed under extreme pressure. Okay, so we're both right. Yay.
Yay.
I am somewhat unsure how to proceed in improving our fort in a functional way. My main effort on this front is the construction of secondary living and dining quarters for dwarves who work on the bank of the magma flow. The slow progress in constructing this area is a constant reminder of how inefficient our metal operations are because of the remote location. Now that drinks and food are provided for the smiths, I would not be surprised if smelting and forging productivity doubles. I must also build traps near the workshops, as they are too vulnerable now and occupy what will be some of our most talented and important dwarves. Also due to laziness and poor time management skills on the part of the work dwarves, no clear glass was ever produced, and as Erdimanil went insane. He started babbling at dwarves nearby, then ran halfway across the bridge, dove into the channel, removed his pants, and went streaking haphazardly across the hallways until he reached his room. He has been locked in to prevent his lack of garb from upsetting the more sensitive lady dwarves. Note, he later died of thirst. For the less...
I was just going to say, at least he didn't drown in the moat.
We're improving.
Wait, a little bit further.
It's baby steps. Dying in more acceptable ways. For the less functional aspects of the fort, I have begun construction of a complex of large tombs to hold the remains of the previous rulers of this fort. I have given the smaller tomb to Callow, as he used much of his allotted funds commissioning a statue portrait. Some might say that my own tomb is receiving extra attention, but I believe I am entitled, and if someone else wanted to build a fancy one for themselves, they should have thought of it when they had the chance. Note, to those who intern me to my casket when I pass from this world, please use the provided chains to tether trained mandrills or a suitable substitute to guard my bones from thieves and vandals. P.S. That last part kind of rhymes. I will have it engraved on the door at once. The long and quiet winter has ended, along with my interim reign as ruler of the fort. The magma work area is almost complete for now. All that remains is some stone hauling jobs, resumption of the well construction, assorted additional traps, and the placement of furniture. And there are retired rulers. He just named them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is good. Locus has been happy lately. He has witnessed death.
Alright, Goth Dwarf.
Oh, based. And a map of the fortress. It kind of looks like a TIE fighter on the right.
I really like the way their city has grown. Like, spanning out from the river and then sort of splitting. It's almost like they've created districts without necessarily meaning to across all of these different rulers.
That's one thing that I'm really liking about Dwarf Fortress is the expansion feels very organic. Sort of the way that old European cities are built, or were built. Like they're winding, and it's because people added things as they needed them. There's something satisfying about it.
Right.
Like a tree, the way a tree grows.
It always reminds me of those old city builder games like Sim City 2000 or something like that, where you never necessarily know what you're going to end up building with the city, but it just expands as you need it until you end up with this kind of beautiful creation.
Mm-hmm. It's nice. I like doing that It's satisfying whenever I'm playing a colony sim game. Like, it is so satisfying. The Wandering Village is a lot like this, where you build things naturally based on where things are located. You're like, oh, this is convenient for now, and then you leave it. And it becomes a part of the village.
Right.
I love it.
Nice. I love at the end. I think Frostpunk is probably the best example of kind of that in my mind, where at the very end you can stop, look at everything you've done, and go, "Damn, I made something really pretty."
I think I'm gonna try playing that on stream.
I love Frostpunk. It's one of my favorite games.
I keep getting recommended to play it. Why don't we play it on stream? I'm gonna try playing it on stream.
Done. Agreed. Done. Yep. Done. Done. I don't need to ask my management. Confirmed.
Oh, do you want to come and help me?
Yes. Bring me now.
Okay, understood. I will. I'll prod you.
Prod me. I will make time. Bring me. It's one of my favorite games. I've sunk so many hours into it.
Okay, gladly. Here we go. This is where things get fun. Part 12 by Stark Raving Mad. You know what, Zander? Why don't you read Stark Raving Mad's entries for us?
Oh, sure. Let's go. Let me just unshrimp myself really quickly. I've been enjoying sipping my little drink while listening to you read.
Aw, I'm glad. It makes me happy.
All right, here we go. Journal of Rao. Stark Raving Mad. Swearingen?
Swearingen, I don't know.
Swearingen. Late winter, 10:54. So there I am, last night, tending to my tavern in Kinmelbill, when in walks this slicked-back, noble-looking cocksucker and tells me I have the great honor of accepting the overseer position for one of our outposts. Honor. My hairy dwarven arse. More than likely, someone found out about that gold strike I had my men working out in the Hills of Sorrow, and this is their way of getting me out of the picture while they move in on it. But what can I do? The order is signed by the king himself, straight from Kadol fucking Logemfluluk.
Logemfikuk. I don't know.
Fluluk.
I Logemfikuk. Oh, the king cut. Oh, we played Clickolding, speaking of. That was a fascinating game. But go ahead.
Which means any attempt by yours truly to wiggle out of this great honor is going to end up with me getting a hammering from the captain of the Royal Guard. Nice.
Uh-oh.
Nice. Oh.
You got yeeted.
Oh, I got yeeted. Oh no. Am I back?
Not yet.
Oh.
I think you might have to rejoin.
Okay, I got you. Give me.
I can't believe that
moment.
Zander is fucking dead.
I know, I died. This is terrible. You're hearing my voice from the beyond.
That's pretty metal. That's pretty... I always hear that's pretty something in Homestar Runner's voice. That's pretty metal. There you are.
I'm back.
Hey there, Throngbad. You're hearing my voice from beyond the pale.
Ooh.
That's pretty metal.
Pretty metal.
Homestar, I know that you're just in the other room. The drywall is very thin.
Alright. Nice situation, eh, Chief? Well, pain or damage doesn't end the world, or despair, or fucking beatings. The world ends when you're dead. Until then, you got more punishment in store. Stand it like a dwarf, and give some back. That's what I always say. I take a look at the maps, and sure enough, this outpost is stuck out in the middle of nowhere, smack in the smooth points of Pride. Boatmurdered, they call it. A name which doesn't bode well for much of fucking anything. This morning, I'm getting my surprise for the trip together, and what do I see but a bunch of hoople-head cocksuckers loading up their wagons, and lo and behold, those horses are all pointed in the same way as mine. I make a few quiet inquiries, and they're all headed towards fucking Boatmurdered too. I set out with all haste, figuring it would be best if I got a little head start on these assholes. So maybe I could get the place in some sort of order before they get there. Now, I'm taking a quick breather, and I figured I should keep some sort of record of this trip, especially since I'm not so sure the plan isn't for me to be fucking stabbed in the back some way or end up thrown into a bottomless chasm or something. Document what's happening, you see? Then, at least if I get bumped off, there'll be some record of how it happened. And maybe my men back in the capital can get revenge for my poor damned soul. I probably won't be writing more in this thing until I get out to Boatmurdered. I need to move quick to stay ahead of the rabid pack of immigrants breathing down my neck. I swear, I can hear their mules already. Early spring, 10:55. Well, I made it to Boatmurdered, and my initial impressions can be set forth in 3 words. What the fuck?
It's very fun to see when they critique each other's layouts.
Right? It's like, hey, this person did it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to include a few quick sketches of the place. Artist's impressions, if you will. So excuse me if these are a little rough, but I have to fucking try to get my mind around what I'm facing here. To begin with, all of our fucking workshops and trade goods are sitting outside in the fucking rain. One of the previous overseers must have been some sort of shallow-dwelling skygazer, because having our production out here is just inhumane to the poor hoopleheads who have to stand out there. I almost went fucking crazy having to be under the goddamn open sky for the whole trip out here, instead of a nice safe cavern. And some of these poor bastards have been working out in the open for 4 years now. 4 years standing out in the rain. Or even worse, under that horrifying, yawning expanse of blue open sky. Fuck that. I'm moving everything inside. Oh, and you all see those E's I drew down there at the bottom? Elephants. The previous overseer must have had some sort of sick fucking fascination with them, because we have elephants everywhere. Elephants in cages, elephants in halls, elephants shitting in the dining room, everywhere. I don't know what to do with them. I guess starting butchering them and hope they make good roast.
Yeah, let's take a good close look at this. All this entire section is specifically elephants. Just elephants.
all elephants.
All of these aren't bedrooms, these are elephant cages.
Elephant rooms. You may also notice the lack of a road or a bridge to the west. Apparently, in an excess of fucking caution, the previous overseers blocked off the entire mountain with rivers, leaving no trade route for the human caravans. I'm going to fix that as well. I'm a businessman at heart, and the caves will come through before I am done here. A few other drawings for you.
God.
Look at them. Look at them.
So many fucking elephants.
How else were they meant to deal with the elephants?
I don't know. Like, kill them. I imagine the elephants eat a lot too.
Right.
Are these armor racks? Oh, these are armor racks. Excuse me. The AEs are armor racks. These are the elephant cages. They're all stuffed in there. God, that's a lot of elephants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30 elephants.
30 elephants. There's 30 elephant cages.
No, not elephant cages, elephants.
No, elephants. Oh, elephants in elephant cages.
In cages, yes. Why are there so many elephants?
It's a choice. Not the one this overseer would make, but a choice all the same.
Caged animals don't have to eat. Oh.
Oh.
Huh.
That's good to know.
That's weird. I had no idea. Okay.
Huh. Fair enough. Most of the poor bastards living here are in 2 square rooms, with a chest, but not even a fucking cabinet. I'm not even going to try and fix that for the current population, but I think we can do a little better for the new cocksuckers on the way. Here, we have a gigantic hall where the roof is held up by fucking matchsticks and a stiff breeze is going to make the whole thing collapse. I don't know what kind of suicidal maniac put this together, and I'm not going to change it now. But you can bet I'm not sticking one fucking foot in there. I have a lot of work to do.
Oh my god, everyone, look. We found it. It's the sewer slide.
The sewer slide?
Oh yeah, people... You know how people have come up with terms to not be censored on social media platforms?
I say Susie slide.
Oh, okay. The one that I've heard people using online now is sewer slide. It's sort of like PDF file. What else? And unalive instead of
oh
kill.
Yeah, unalive, self delete.
Yeah, we found the sewer slide.
Wonderful. I just read the first. I read not the first 4 words, and I know what's coming. There's a reason you got me to read this. Room full of levers. I don't know what any of them do, and I'm not going to try and figure it out. With the way this place is set up, any one of them could make the whole place collapse like in an accordion. Amok, help me. To start with, I'm going to move our food production facilities over here, near where the farm is. Kitchen, brewery, butcher, fish cleaner, the whole 9 yards. I'll get some food storage over here too. Oh, and did I mention the current dining room seats 8? We have 74 fucking dwarves. We're going to work on that too. New dining room and great hall will be over here, across from the food production.
Yeah. That the yellow, I think, is where they have piss to mark the territory to show where they're going to carve out.
Oh, great. Piss.
Oh, also, yeah, you're right.
Foreshadowing as a narrative device.
New workshop area and goods storage is going to be over here, south of the Hall of Suicide. should make life easier for the metalsmiths too. As if you couldn't tell from the excess of traps and walling off the fortress off from the world, the previous overseers seemed a bit of the military mindset. Me, I'm a trades dwarf at heart. All the smelters have been going full force, pounding out steel and iron for weapons of fucking war. I instructed them to change their focus a bit.
Platinum bars. Yeah.
Nice. Elven Caravan is here, of course, with no road or bridge. I don't know if the pointy-eared cocksuckers will ever even make it to the depot. Sorry, elves.
Where's Urist? Wait, here we go. Yeah.
Oh.
Again.
Alright, listen to me, you knife-ear piece of shit. If you go any further with your piss-stained pubic hair you call a wig, I'm gonna wreck your shit so hard that you won't even be able to walk with your limp dick.
Right. I can feel it. I can feel it coming. Well, the immigrants are here. We also got a broker, and some pompous asshole claiming to be the head of the Craft Dwarves Guild. I think he's just looking for a free room without doing any work. But what can you do? 22 more dwarves, counting the nobles. This should be fun. I'm going to drill out some new bedrooms north of the suicide hall. The new broker immediately endears himself to me by mandating the production of toy forges. I'm tempted to tell him that I mandate he go fuck himself, but I think better of it and just put in the work order for them. Late spring, 10:55. The dwarves working here are the laziest bunch of hoopleheads I've ever seen. If they aren't drinking, they're sleeping it off, or storing an item in the stockpile, boss, which seems to be code for fucking around, carrying things from place to place instead of doing some real work. I have 6 fucking carpenters. I asked for this workshop to be built 3 months ago. You think that anyone gets around to it? It's a 10-minute job, but they're too busy to do it. Busy doing what? I don't fucking know. Since without the workshops up, they can't carpent anything either. I have 4 miners. 2 of them apparently sleep 20 hours a day. One is so injured he can't walk. And the last claims to be the retired ruler of this place, but he's the only guy who actually does any digging. Noticing that we have a military of 3, not counting our fortress guards, I go ahead and draft a few more, giving me 2 squads so I can rotate who's on duty and who's slacking off in the barracks. Again. The mayor just stormed into my office and demanded I stop the export of red spinel items. Considering I've never seen a fucking red spinel and I have no idea what one is, I told him that I was sure I could accommodate his request.
They're very important.
Not to this guy.
This is paperwork for the sake of paperwork at this point.
Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel it. Apparently, the Crafts Dwarfs Union rules preclude me from directly asking for anything specific, including the fucking mini forges that our beloved broker storms into my office every day and demands. The best I can do is tell them to make toys, and hope they happen to figure out that means mini forges, and not boats, or hammers, or axes, or puzzle boxes, or all this other shit that I am now buried under, and not a single mini forge. So the broker is pissed at me, and there isn't shit all I can do since I won't know how to make a fucking mini forge to save my life. I need a drink.
By the way, I'd like to point out, I like how Zander comes on and we start chatting, and like we're not even 2 hours in, and he says, remind me that to start drinking before I come on stream to be able to handle you. Zander literally said, I'm the kind of friend where he needs to be drunk to enjoy my presence. And you know what?
No.
Good.
No, listen, I need to be drunk to go down these rabbit holes with you, okay? These rabbit holes require a deep dive. All right, you and me hanging out playing video games, easy, simple, class. This, I need some mental lubricant.
And other kinds.
Oh, well, when you put it that way. Early summer, 10:55. Picture of the new food preparation area, new dining, which I am about to have engraved, and a new elephant in a fucking cage storage room.
Good.
We had through. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I just wondered that this fortress reeks of elephant, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like this entire fortress must smell like a zoo.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes, 100%. Right? Like they have caged mandrills, caged elephants. They have so many animals. Oh. And then like what? The butchery is also down here, so it's gonna smell like a butcher.
Yeah. And also they've said that there are animals roaming the halls at times.
Right, and there's lava, right? And that heat is going to be radiating through the whole thing.
Right. So it's going to have this smell of like fermented animal and meat.
Yes. And don't forget how much elephants shit.
Fermented animal meat shit.
Yes. It's a heady aroma.
Oh, I can imagine just like it being when you open a pack of like iffy chicken or something and you just immediately gag. All right. We had 3 trappers. A profession that was only going to get them killed. And Armor knows the last thing we need is more fucking trapped animals anyway. I told them to make clothes instead, since half the dwarves here are walking around in tatters and they're pissed about it. The manager demanded a...
Something that I've kind of learned is that, like, you give people good accommodations, you make sure they're clothed, you give them places to worship. It's actually pretty easy to keep dwarves happy. Just, you have to attend to their basics, right? If their basics are all filled in, then they'll generally comply with anything that they need done. Yeah, meet their basic needs, and then they'll carry on. They'll be okay.
Government in a nutshell. Meet basic needs, everyone's compliant.
Yep. Oh, one thing that apparently I was told by my chat is that they tried introducing economic systems into the game, right? Like you can have a market, right? An economy, so work gets done, but it ended up not really working because it ended up with so many homeless dwarves.
Well, economy systems are notoriously difficult to balance in any form of game.
Yeah, it's true.
And when you add in the minutiae of Dwarf Forge, then suddenly or Dwarf Fortress, sorry, you end up with like this insanely sprawling system with so many moving parts.
Right. And like we discussed, the more complicated a system becomes, the more points of failure you have.
Yeah. The manager demanded a clear glass window in his room. To fucking look at what? I asked him. Your room doesn't have a hole leading to the outside. Your room doesn't have a view of anything. The best I can do is put a window that is 2 feet away from a stone wall. He doesn't give a shit. He wants a window. Fine. I hope the cocksucker falls through it while drunk. Human caravan is here, but unfortunately I couldn't get the road built in time, so no wagons. I'll have it through before the year is up, though.
Yep, road.
Easy. The humans bring me a load of meat and cloth. I trade them an elephant in a cage for everything they own. Have fun with that one, arseholes.
Yep, 550 gold for an elephant. Not bad.
Little by little, he's getting rid of the elephants.
Yes. That's actually a really good thing to do with the elephants, right? Just sell them.
Yeah, just trade them. They're valuable. I finished making the broker's mini forges. He immediately issued another mandate that no mini forges could be exported. I guess the cocksucker really likes his fucking mini forges.
I like them.
I like
them.
They're mine.
Give mine. I like them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Oh, you guys. Okay, look, we're not going to go on a tangent about this. We're going to talk about this later, but apparently Hans Niemann under strict anti-cheating measures after a win streak at Turkish chess event.
Oh, he managed to get the anal beads by them again.
Here we go. Here we go. Remember when I said that Hans Niemann has a long track record of cheating and there is no way that he's going to stop? Like he provably cheated during online events and that his performance during live events was sketchy? Do you think for a second that he was going to stop cheating? Come on.
Never.
Come on.
Never.
Come on.
I wonder how he did it this time.
Okay.
One of my farmers took over the craft dwarf shop. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh. He's babbling about gods and artifacts and sketching pictures of quarries and ore and trees and shells and everything under the fucking sun. I'm sketching pictures of the forest guards lopping his head off in about 2 weeks.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
The road is through. Welcome to greater society, Boatmurdered. Oh, for the love of... Sure, why not? More migrants. Come on in, cocksuckers. The more the merrier.
Here they come.
They come.
They know not to what they arrive.
I feel like my accent yelling about migrants is such optics. This will not poll well if clipped. I finally figured something useful to do with all these trapped animals. The Barnum and Bailey Happy Time Zoo, pictured below, still under construction. Friends, if you like to look at elephants, or mandrills, or more fucking elephants and mandrills, this is ever the place for you. Kind of ironic, considering my nickname and all. At least I have that craft shop back. A frogman jumped out of a well and surprised Silbrook, one of the military dwarves. He killed the froggy pretty easily, but then he somehow got stuck in the well. So now, little Timmy's there, dying of thirst because he can't drink from the well that his fat arse is stuck in. His friends don't seem to have any trouble drinking around him. I guess they brought straws or something.
Oh, they killed Froggy. No, Froggy.
No.
Froggy. Everyone, can we get some Froggies to pay our respects?
Ribbit.
Macroglossum, that is rancid. Hans getting ready for the event. I'm pinning it. Aw, thank you for the reverse Froggy.
Autumn, 10:55. I told our engravers to engrave the walls and floor of the new dining room. They proceed to decorate the room with some of the most horrifying shit I've ever seen. I mean, fuck, dwarves are trying to eat in there.
Engraved on the wall is a superiorly designed image of an elephant by Toret Doge Regunib. The elephant is in a fetal position. Ah, it's called the Hole of Broiling. The Speck of Driving. Engraved on the wall is a finely designed image of a dwarf by Toret Doge Regunib. The dwarf is dead.
Oh. We've got a little elephant issue happening down south. I'm starting to understand why the previous owner had 1 million of them in cages. 1 or 2 got pissed, and they killed someone. And now the dwarves are trying to get the items from the guys that died. And the elephants are just running wild over everyone. A couple of the elephants got caught in the remaining cage traps, but one or two got through. The brave men, military men of Boatmurdered assembled by the front gate, and they braved themselves for a rush at the mighty elephants. And it was about then when the fucking dwarven caravan arrived. I ordered the military to hold fast. Let the caravan guardsmen get themselves slaughtered by the elephants before we do. Which was also right about when a goblin thief jumped out and got clobbered by a stonefall trap. So, the merchants arrive to see blood and vomit everywhere, us hauling corpses in mass to the graveyard, a couple of rampaging elephants. Welcome to fucking Boatmurdered. I hope you like miasma.
Oh yeah. Now it begins.
Here we go. This elephant has killed so many guys, he has a fucking full-on last name and title now. But one of the dogs finally knocked him unconscious.
Long despair, the nettle of what? The nettle of something, it's cut off. His name is Long Despair.
Long Despair. About
And
16 more elephants have shown up to support their buddies.
Oh my god, why are there so many elephants?
Shouldn't have pissed off the elephants.
What did they do? The elephants just approached and are like,
Hey, the elephants were here first. The funny thing is, the elephants keep trying to leave. Like, they'll go down the passageway back towards the outside, and then some fucking dwarf wanders in to get the dead guy's pants or whatever, and it pisses the elephants right the fuck off, and they come charging back up the passage again. I guess I'd better put a work order in for some more fucking coffins. Despite me telling the dwarves to stay inside and stop going out there, they continue to try and recover corpses. It's time for harsher measures. I told everyone to stop fucking gathering everything. It doesn't matter what I tell these morons. They're bound and determined to march to their deaths. Harsher fucking measures are necessary. I install 2 front doors and lock them. No one in, no one out. Boatmurdered is closed until further notice. This basically stops the elephant problem for now as a temporary measure. I'm hoping they get bored when they figure out no more fucking toys are coming out to play and wander off. We lost about 20 dwarves to this debacle. Of course, just to add insult to fucking injury, about 17 snake men jumped out of the river. We don't really lose any there except a couple of dogs and cats though. Yeah, you elephant assholes. Choke on that miasma. Meanwhile, one of my clothes makers made about the awesomest shirt ever.
This is a pigtail tunic. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pigtail and cave lobster shell, and encircled with bands of pigtail. Pigtail being a plant, by the way. It is made from pigtail cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of turquoise and platinum, and menaces with spikes of steel, sandstone, and tin. On the item is an image of dwarves and dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are speaking with the dwarves. On the item is an image of dwarves and dwarves in rock crystal. The dwarves are speaking with the dwarves.
Great, best shirt ever. Love it. True dwarfsmanship.
Best shirt. Like Hot Topic, I would love a shirt of this made by Hot Topic. Right? Just garish and awful.
Right. But dwarves and dwarves.
Dwarves and dwarves and dwarves and dwarves. Da da ba da da ba da 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 ba da da ba da da.
Winter 1055. I've started Project Fuck the World, a top-secret attempt to funnel magma to the outside. I'll kill those elephants. I'll kill all those fucking elephants.
Foreshadowing as a narrative device.
Oh, this is going south so quickly.
Used to funnel magma outside.
I don't know if I'll have the time to finish it, though. I've also started Project Get Me the Fuck Out of Boatmurdered, and I'm hoping to finish that one by the end of the year. Remember how I told you that I ran into some miner claiming to be the former ruler of the place? Well, that's just how the sneaky bastard got out of here. I finally figured it out. I'm taking the same route, as soon as I can. See, I just convinced some poor cocksucker to say he's me. Enough platinum, and he'll go for it. And then I slip right the fuck out of town. Easy as pie. I already found someone who looks enough like me for it to work. I just have to wait for the right moment to escape this elephant-ridden hellhole. Elephants don't seem to be leaving. They love their stench and miasma-filled tunnel. So still, no one can go outside. All the wood is outside, which means my carpenters don't have a lot to do right now. But I know if I cracked the front door for them to get their wood, they'd go fucking running down to the elephant tunnel to say hello to their gigantic angry tusked friends. On the brighter side, we have plenty of beds, since most of the previous fucking occupants are now dead. So we don't need the carpenters to make much right now. And you know, sometimes you think it really can't get much worse. And then it does.
A vile force of darkness has arrived. The goblins are upon
boys. Are you kidding me? I'm supposed to be scared of a little fucking goblin siege. I'm already trapped in the fortress by 4 legendary elephants. Shit, I'm just hoping you assholes manage to kill the elephants for me. I'll give you a fucking medal. The worst thing you could do to me would be to open the door, causing the lemming rush of death down the elephant tunnel again. Come on. Bring it on.
That's our raid message. I'm supposed to be scared of a little fucking goblin siege.
Oh, goodness. Apparently, the elephants don't mind the goblins. They're best friends. Oh, you're here to beat up the dwarves? Well, by all means, go on through, be our guest. We'll just be out here chewing on these dwarf bones if you need us. The goblins are totally confused by all this, and have decided to go stand around by the channel. Hey, the sign on the door says closed. Shit, Bob. I thought you said it was open until 9 on Saturdays. What do we do? Maybe we should ask the elephants. They seem to have killed a lot of them. The goblins just lazily took a few pot shots at a stray cat still wandering around out front, and then they just stayed out in the elephant tunnel. I think they'll be starting their own little town there. Elephants and goblins living together in peace and harmony, joined only by the burning hatred of dwarves. Operation Fuck the World has failed. I struck water with my aqueduct, and the channel to the outside is now filled with water. Whoever comes after me may try and continue the project. They'll just have to route to a different tunnel. Or they may try to build up the military enough to where they can do a frontal assault on the elephant goblin army. Me? I'm past fucking caring. You see, spring has sprung, and I'm taking my fucking chance to get out of town. That poor sucker will take my name, and by the time they figure out he's not me, and he's just some hooplehead who can't run a wagon, much less a fortress, I'll be long gone. New name, new town, new fortune. Nothing's worth staying here. I'm leaving this journal in the desk of the overseer's office. To whoever finds this journal, good fucking luck to you. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if the next person decides to revert to Locust Save instead. It wasn't even opening up the road and the bridge that did that, because the elephants and goblins still came in through the trap channel. The problem was just that I forgot to make new cages to reset the traps in the lower channel. So only 1 or 2 of them were live. And when like 12 elephants came crashing through, there wasn't much I could do.
Yeah, this is out of character, to be clear.
Yeah, of course. Then they got to that loop of trying to get around dead dwarves and stuff and dying themselves. And even sending in the military just caused more losses. It was pretty ugly round. Although I think I did accomplish some good stuff, particularly moving the production and storage facilities inside and getting a couple of new nobles installed. The place isn't a total loss, just so long as, don't open the front door. But you may be able to muster up enough of an army to overcome it, or do a lava flood of the exterior, or just pray a human caravan with some badass swordsman comes through. Aside from the whole goblin and elephant siege, the fortress is in pretty good shape. There's plenty of food, sleeping space, and production for survival. It's just a matter of clearing the exterior. Right now, you're going to see a lot of error message spam, since some dwarves are trying to do things that require going outside and there's no path to it. Good luck, no matter what you decide to do with it.
Ah, Bremen. This morning, I found the Okay, so now to be clear, the save file is being passed off to a new person. This morning, I found the mangled body of a fellow dwarf in the hills outside of the capital, surrounded by elephant tracks. I didn't think he'd be complaining, so I emptied out his pockets. I knew it was going to be a lucky day for me this morning before the guards found me sleeping in the back of the warehouse and kicked me out. Not only was this guy loaded, but he had a piece of paper directing him to take charge of one of the colonies, someplace named Boatmurdered. Whoever named that must have had a weird sense of humor. Well, I figured the place had never seen the guy's face, so I took the paper, and the money of course, and started following the directions on the piece of paper. I finally found the place. The directions led me through a hidden passage that looked strangely like an escape tunnel. It wasn't until I got inside and tried to find out who was in charge that I found out why. It seems that this place is under siege by a combined force of goblins and elephants, and the last ruler dug the tunnel to escape. It sounded like a good idea to me, but when I tried to open the door to the escape tunnel, the whole thing collapsed. Guess I'm in for the duration. Everything's in chaos here. No one can go outside because of the elephants and goblins. The dwarves kept acting like I should know what to do, so I told them to dig some fortifications we could shoot outside from. The other dwarves informed me, to my surprise, that the goblins had bows too. It was a frightening concept and made me long for the escape tunnel, but I had already noticed the other dwarves' skeptical looks at me, so I ordered them to do it anyway, and said it would all work out. While I was working on excavating the tunnel this morning, a bunch of dwarves ran in. I panicked and tried to hide the tunnel, but they all grabbed me and ran for the main hall. I was beginning to regret my deception when I noticed everyone was cheering. Turns out the goblins all left. They probably got bored or something. Everyone else thought I'd known about it from the beginning, though, and now that the fortifications were almost done, we were in a perfect position to deal with the elephants. Oh yeah, dead dwarves outside.
This dude lucked out so hard.
He did. God, he did. Between the military and ballista, we managed to kill some of the elephants and force the rest away from the fortress. I've declared today a national holiday. With the fortress safe, I finally got around to asking how much this job pays. All the other dwarves looked puzzled, and they finally explained to me that they don't use money and that everyone just works together. There's no way I'm going to keep risking my life in a fortress surrounded by goblins and elephants, so I ordered the smiths to start minting coins and sent a request to the capital for a bookkeeper. We've also sighted an elven caravan approaching. I wonder if they'll mind the fact that the entrance to our fortress is surrounded by the rotting bodies of elephants and dwarves. Oh boy. Oh. I commissioned this bracelet in honor of our victory. Well, actually, I didn't so much commission it. When I went to visit the craftsman, he was babbling about dead cities and the awakening of the ancient gods or something. Also, I have no idea where these cheese comes in, but I'm not going to question it. Oh, yes. This is a moonstone bracelet. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with moonstone and mahogany, and encircled with bands of onyx, mandrill bone, and silver. This object menaces with spikes of jet. On the item is an image of a mandrill and a dog in moonstone. The dog is striking down the mandrill. On the item is an image of an elephant and a dwarf in rope reed. The elephant is making a plaintive gesture. The dwarf is laughing. On the item is an image of a cheese in clear glass. Grilled cheese. Grill me a cheese. In other news, I traded some stone trinkets to the elves for berries and cloth. It turns out all the trade goods were out in the depot since no one could bring them back in, what with the elephants and all. I've taken steps to make sure the elephants never menace this fortress again. The others think I'm paranoid, but they're all fools. The elephants will return, and unless we're ready, they'll trample every last one of us to dust. We might not be able to read this whole thing, by the way. We definitely digressed a little bit.
We did get a little carried away.
You think, I say that we finish up this section and maybe call it. What do you think?
Sure,
and
definitely.
we can finish it.
That.
Maybe we could have you back next week.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
I'll take that offer.
Yeah? Finish Boatmurdered?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. What do you all think? Hey, chat, what do you think? Should we have Zander back? What do you think of Zander?
Am I acceptable? Will the owlets put up with me again?
Okay, I guess you can come back. I guess. I guess.
Maybe. Mm-hmm.
A bookkeeper arrived from the capital, and already our people are beginning to hoard their precious coins. Of course, some can no longer afford rooms to sleep in, but this hopefully makes room for the most recent wave of immigrants, which I was unable to prepare for due to the goblin and elephant siege. Disaster struck today when the brewers came to me and told me we were running out of spirits and there was nothing left to brew. Turns out I forgot to order the farms to start in the spring. This ruler stuff sure is complicated. Disaster has struck. Our scouts have reported a herd of elephants is approaching the fortress. Due to a lack of time and cages, only 2 of the cage traps have been reloaded. This manages to catch 2 elephants, but the rest make it through. Meanwhile, all the dwarves assigned to ballista duty think this would be a great opportunity to eat, drink, or sleep. Here we go. Oh, a ballista operator finally arrives on the scene, and we get our second unpleasant surprise. The ballistas are incredibly inaccurate, even at short range. Success at last. Red E, good. The ballista instantly kills an elephant and hurls the body back a good 20 feet. Successive ballista shots manage to kill another elephant, but then disaster strikes when a dwarf wanders in and gets killed by an elephant. All the other dwarves, seeing opportunity for new capitalistic riches, begin to rush towards the body to grab his valuable equipment. Remembering the stories I heard about my predecessor, I hurriedly ordered the outer door to be locked. But the door is stuck open. Sabotage! That elephant sympathizer, that traitor, that quisling, that... monarch butterfly? Apparently, showing incredible coordination, a monarch butterfly flew into the door workings just before the time of the attack and jammed it open. With all the bodies and items left by the elephants, no one is doing such a low priority task as cleaning up bug remains. Meanwhile, the ballista operators, seeing the riches beyond their carved fortifications, gleefully follow the crowd out the main door and into the elephant-choked tunnel. Assigning more dwarves to operate the ballistas depletes the remaining supply of arrows without effect. My marks dwarves run out of bolts, but there are still 2 elephants remaining. There's only one chance left. I activate the entire military and send them in a massed charge at the elephants. The recruits, minus all those drinking, eating, and sleeping, let out a mighty shout and charge for the glory of Boatmurdered. No one can fault their bravery, only their results. After consulting diagrams and schematics left by my predecessors, I think I found a way to seal off the fortress. Pull the damn lever.
Oh no. No. No!
Foreshadowing as a narrative device.
No!
Pull
No,
the
what?
damn lever.
No.
Pulling the lever has entirely foreseeable consequences. Oh well, they were going to die anyway. That is lava, by the way, flooding into the channel. With the survivors all holed up inside the fortress, I begin organizing things to best effect. Without wood, I can't produce more ballista bolts, but the lava forgers and smelters are able to produce a trickle of bronze bolts. I order as many dwarves as I can spare to arm themselves with crossbows and hope they can find some without going outside. Most of these dwarves think this would be a perfect time to eat, drink, and sleep. Meanwhile, the elephants, bored without a steady stream of dwarves to kill, are slowly torturing a war dog that was stuck outside. Baby. After a few months of being pricked by whatever crossbow bolts I can forge, the 2 remaining elephants keel over and die of blood loss. Victory! I order the drawbridge lowered and dwarves stream out for their first breaths of fresh air in months. I immediately order a door placed on the entrance to stave off the elephant hordes. However, within a month, I become aware of another herd approaching.
It never ends.
Oh yeah. Wait. I just realized this is what we've been needing this entire time.
What? Oh, yep.
Actually, this is the original. That's where we're at right now. A single untrained Marks dwarf stands ready to defend the crossing, but I doubt he'll be enough. I wonder why no dwarf has put up the doors yet or even cleared the equipment and refuse from the area. A quick inspection finds the problem. The huge number of tame animals combined with the narrow corridors is causing a truly horrible traffic jam. I order the corridors widened and as many animals as possible put into cages. Luckily, the elephant herd turns south and skips the fortress entirely. With the corridors beginning to be passable again, a dwarf manages to construct the door, blocking off the elephants forever. In the final days of summer, a mason creates a controversial work of art to express his feelings of frustration and guilt. I have imprisoned him for defeatism. Dawn United, a marble amulet. This is a marble amulet. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with marble and jet and encircled with bands of horse leather, rope reed, and cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of horse leather. Whatever. On the item is an image of a dwarf and an elephant in marble. The elephant is striking down the dwarf. On the item is an image of dwarf and an elephant in marble. The elephant is striking down the dwarf. On the item is an image of a dwarf and a moonstone bracelet in turtle shell. The dwarf is raising the moonstone bracelet. On the item is an image of a buckler in kapok. Here, I've made an amulet. Here, I've made an amulet of all the history I know. Look, it's an... Here, I've made an amulet of all the history I know. Look, it's an elephant slaughtering dwarves by the hundreds. You can really see the bones and gristle. If you check the back, there's a lovely rendering of a butterfly jamming the fortress doors open. Also, more elephants killing dwarves.
They've been through some hard times.
Maybe that should be our raid message. The elephant is striking down the dwarf.
Oh, dear.
1 or 2 previous rulers died during my reign. I guess I should have documented that better, but it was kind of hard to keep track with the ground awash in dwarven blood and my panicked attempts not to permanently screw over the whole succession game. Bremen said, most of them are dead. Yes, I'll try and give more concrete info on survivors at the end of my turn. Well, at least we're resting peacefully in our tombs, in spirit, probably underneath elephant remains in the physical sense. I ran out of coffins. Then I ran out of designated graveyard space. Most of you are spending your eternal rest in the garbage dump. The fall caravan arrives, running right into a herd of elephants.
Oh no. Oh, this is it. The dominoes have started going and now there's no coming back.
Here we go, baby. The guards engage them for a bit, actually managing to take down 2 before all but 1 flee towards the fortress with various elephant-caused injuries. The elephants hang back and wait. They know the caravan has to come back over the bridge, and an elephant never forgets. Oh, Doran Dostobral, child, is taken by a fey mood. Children grow up so fast these days. Apparently during the confusion, an imp wanders into one of the traps in the forging area and gets torn apart. The elephants get bored without any slaughtering going on and leave, just in time for the caravan to make its escape. You think it's going to be... Yeah, what do you think it's going to be? What do you think they're going to make? What do you think...
I mean, it's the child... I want to say it's going to make something elephant-related. I don't know. Like... I have no idea what this child's going to make. It could be anything. But, like... It seemed like everything's elephant-themed right now, so let's say some sort of elephant-related memorabilia.
I think that's a safe bet, right? Like, you can say, where is that fly going to land? And it's like, well, it's probably going to land on shit. That seems like a good guess. A while after the caravan leaves, some new immigrants show up. These go a long way towards replacing our losses. Current population, 74. We're still below peak. I draft most of them into the army and reorganize it into a mostly crossbow-armed force, with a few heavily armored swords dwarfs supplemented by the similarly armed town guard. Mandrills appear and head for the trade depot. I mobilize the army, but they're all busy sleeping and don't arrive in time to help. Oh, I think that these brackets are mandrills. Maybe?
Okay.
I think so. No! A mandrill has stolen a platinum ring.
Well, there goes money.
But what's this? Apparently a number of mandrill are still across the river and are unable to find a way across. Time for revenge. A soldier reaches the far side of the river and fires his crossbow. A hit on the foot. Die, mandrills, die! Oh yeah, there's a dwarf. Yeah, there.
Yeah. This dude is spending time on revenge when there's so much stuff that needs to be fixed in the fort.
Life for revenge. Meanwhile, in the fortress, the child prodigy begins construction on a strange artifact. Skunk Heather, an onyx toy boat. This is an onyx toy boat. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver, decorated with onyx, jet, and cave lobster shell, and encircled with bands of rock crystal. This object menaces with spikes of turquoise and rose quartz. On the item is an image of dwarves and dwarves in turtle shell. The dwarves are speaking with the dwarves. On the item is an image of a dwarf and an elephant in cave lobster shell. The elephant is striking down the dwarf.
Knew it! Knew it!
The elephant is striking down the dwarf. Man, that kid needs counseling. Only winter is left. This trauma just got intergenerational, yes. Somewhat of an anticlimax, it was a calm and uneventful winter. The new military trains hard at the archery range. I only have a few short months to hammer a collection of peasants into a disciplined and capable army. Inspiration is provided by the huge numbers of elephants loitering just outside the walls with blood in their eyes. Spring has come, and with its coming, I've decided to retire and become leader of the armed forces. Memories of the great elephant slaughters haunt my dreams, and only with a crossbow will I ever find peace. The defenders of Boatmurdered. Did my former ruler make it, or was he one of the lemmings who ate it against the elephants? You not only survived, but you've become an insanely leveled out dwarf, legendary in 2 skills and every stat maxed out. Oh. I so wanted to draft you into the military as an uber swords dwarf in steel plate, but I didn't want to get any more former rulers killed. Torret Doge.
Torret Doge.
I like I like how every dwarf has the addition. They need alcohol to get through the working day.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
You know, I feel like you hit a certain age and then suddenly you realize, yeah, dwarves get it.
Yeah. Zander, it only gets worse from here.
Oh.
There are quiet moments, but boy, Boatmurdered is one hell of a thing.
How many parts are there?
I think it's like 60-something.
Bloody hell. We're going to have to be on it next time we do this. We can't divert too much.
Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But this was lovely, and I would love to keep doing this with you.
Me too. I would love to do this. Like you said, next week I will make time.
Also, I might prod you to play some Foxhole. Maybe.
Do it. I'll make time for you. You know, it's like I always say, if you give a damn about something, you don't find time for it, you make time for it.
Yeah. I needed to finish the script, but now I can do things.
Oh, I know how you are when you I don't know why my brain keeps keeps using the phrase rabbit hole, but when you're in your like little work rabbit hole and you're working on a script or you're editing something or you're turning around and you're trying to nudge things, like you're there. There's no coming out. You're inside.
Yeah. Fred has been taken by a fey mood.
Right, Fred has been taken. I can't even bait you out with mulch.
This is a legendary script. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of jet.
It's a good script though. Like I've seen glimpses of it. You've shown me a few glimpses and a little sneak preview here and there. And it like to just for my uneducated opinion, it's one of those ones where you break stuff down into a really understandable format in terms of military engagement, and you do the thing that I remember you actually. I think I actually like fawned over this ages back. But when you did your my brain's saying Dark Side Phil, but it's not Dark Side Phil. Wings of Redemption.
The Wings of Redemption, yeah.
When you did the Rings of Redemption versus Syndicate battle, the way you broke down a Call of Duty match for someone who doesn't play first-person shooters, the way you broke it down, stated tactical objectives, advantages, reasons why you would do this, fors, againsts, and sort of broke stuff down into these manageable, bite-sized, understandable chunks. There's a lot of that in there that just means that like someone like me who's not like super into games like Foxhole or anything like that, like you introduced me to it, is like understandable. And I know how much effort goes into making something like that in an understandable format.
The writing of it is the most fun. It's been a struggle because of like the way that I have to put the pieces together, but I think it's working. Everyone wants me to show you the microwaved baby. Okay, hold on.
Microwave baby. Show me the microwave baby. This better not be like a baby in a microwave, is it? Is it someone putting a baby in a microwave? Please don't. Is it? No, don't tell me. Is it?
Quite.
No, don't tell me.
Not quite. Oh, VTS needs to be restarted. Sorry, this always happens.
Ah.
But thank you for the bits, Indy. Hold on, I need to reboot it. Meh.
Whoop.
The alcoholic exploding cats. Oh my god, right.
Boatmurdered.
What?
Boatmurdered is like the forever winter. Everything is going
What?
to hell, but there are quiet moments.
Yes. Okay, let me find this. Hold on.
Yeah, what are you showing me here, Owly?
Book review. Here we go. I think this is it.
I'm so glad this isn't on my YouTube search history, I have to be honest.
Yeah. It's not a video. It's not a video.
Oh.
Kim Penders. Or it's thanks, Ken Penders. What was... Where is it? Do I have it saved? That's the Ballad of Edgardo. I read every Sonic comic by Ken Penders, and they're wilder than you could ever imagine.
Oh, I think I saw that on my like For You page.
Oh my god.
Not on
So
my
what's
like
it all
YouTube
mean?
one though, but when I boot up my browser, it was there.
What's it all mean? We're just gone. We're
nice. No, it was on Twitter. It was on Twitter that I saw it. That was it.
Let me, we don't have time to talk about all of Ken Penders today. What we're looking for is something
that
specific.
Iguanas in Dwarf Fortress lay 40 eggs at a time. If you have a male iguana and allow the eggs to hatch, you will have an iguana explosion in the vein of the ancient cat explosions.
Cool, I just wanted to check that.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Cool. I wanted to check that. I played Five Nights at Freddy's earlier today. I don't know if I'm still suffering some Dane Bramage from that.
That was clever. There it is. Okay. So, I have to talk... So, to explain Locke and his whole deal, I have to talk about the Brotherhood of Guardians. You know how I said that Knuckles... So, these are Sonic characters, to be clear. This is Sonic.
I am aware of Sonic lore. I actually know my Sonic lore.
Tape to all TL dance get yapped. A TL dance by an OWL TL dance.
Twunk is tall, taped to wall, get yapped at by an owl. By an owl. Thank you, Indy, and thank you, Mooney.
That's Mooney. What's up, you little netherling?
Yeah, Mooney's a regular here.
Oh, heck. Crossover.
Almost. You know how I said that Knuckles was the descendant of the previous Guardians of Angel Island? You probably assumed that meant the previous Guardians were gone, right? Nope. Knuckles has grandpas who are still alive like 8 generations back. Possibly more. Most of them are interchangeable, so it's easy to lose count. They refuse to die for hundreds of years because of Chaos Emerald magic. On the rare occasions one of Knuckles' racist grandpas managed to actually kick the bucket, I was ecstatic. This secret cabal of racist grandpas has almost complete control over Angel Island. They're essentially royalty. They still let Echidnaopolis act like a democracy, but the Brotherhood rules from the shadows, operating above the law however they see fit with no one to hold them accountable. This is never presented as a bad thing. So yeah, all of the previous Guardians were assholes, but Locke is a very special breed of monster.
Indeed, I can agree with that. The Echidnas had a very strange society.
One night before Knuckles was born, the Echidna god showed Locke a vision of his adult son battling a giant robot. Locke was so spooked by this that he decided he had to perform dangerous genetic experiments on himself to turn his offspring into a mutant superweapon. After his wife, Lara Leigh, laid Knuckles' egg, they're echidnas, remember, Locke took the egg and blasted his unhatched son with dangerous Chaos Emerald radiation in the hopes that it would give him superpowers. This whole backstory is lovingly summarized by fans as, "Had a bad dream, better microwave the baby."
I mean, that's only the logical next step, right? You have a bad dream, time to shove your unborn child in a microwave.
Yep.
But on the flip side, though, if you already had a vision of your kid fighting a giant robot and holding his own, you don't really need to do anything. Like, it's a vision of the future. You don't need to intervene to make it happen. If you just stay on course, it'll happen. But no, he put his baby in a microwave and decided to put it on Chaos Defrost.
The Mad Goose Wizard. And look, if y'all want to die, I suggest just killing yourselves with your own guns. Okay? Otherwise... Talk to you soon, okay?
Someone needs to stop Ezra Miller. Someone needs to stop Ezra Miller. He keeps doing this. He can't keep getting away with this.
It was me, Barry.
It was me, Barry, the whole time.
No, it's... Remember... hold on, we're gonna do
I know the one you're referencing. What was it? It
Yes.
was the one where it was like... is that the one where it was like... Barry, do you remember on your first date when you... what was it? We're cooking.
Here we go.
Remember when you were making out with your first girlfriend, and you
This
came
is it.
right as she touched your leg? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed so it'd seem like you nutted at just a woman's touch.
Yeah.
It was me, Barry.
You know, that scene is actually really interesting because the reverse flash in that scene, I don't know if you know this, I'm a little bit of a comic book nerd. And I'm a little bit of a DC like animated film nerd as well. That Flash actually gets shot in the head in that same scene. And he vibrates so fast that he keeps himself alive even as the bullet rips through his brain and the after thing happens. And then they made an entire movie of an alternate timeline where he travels through to another reality in that time through vibrating so fast and trying to change the timeline so that he can try and join the Suicide Squad so that they can get a magic card that was, I believe, in possession of John Constantine at some point, so that he can avoid going to hell when he dies. And the ending of that is literally him failing and flashing back to this moment, and that entire film is just a branch off of like a second after that never happened.
Comic books... I don't understand. I feel like I don't get it. I'm terrified. Okay, there is one more thing, by the way, that we need to do before we end. We got to look at art. It is time for Community United Media Share. We have one from Angelo Sardo. I think that's... Who is this? There's Collector. I am the Collector Owl.
Oh.
I am...
Twink drawing goes here.
Here. I will move us just a little bit.
Hey, move me, Fredrik, move me.
I move you how I wish.
Damn straight.
I am. It's an owl house thing. Okay. So I'm the Collector Owl. So I'm just Parker Knickerbocker, right? The character that I play in the Norfolk Wizard game.
I've been meaning to watch that. You sent me the little thing before, and I haven't gotten through it all yet. I've been chunking it.
Also, oh my god, this is so cute. Look at this. Evan Thorne's animated An owlet waving
so
and saying
cute.
hello.
That's so cute.
Look at this. It's so perfect.
That is actually adorable.
It's so perfect.
Oh.
Okay, Evan. Would you be able at all to give it a transparent background so we can make it like an official Twitch emote? So people can use it on other channels?
So good.
It's the baby. It's so perfect. I love him so much. Would you be willing? It would make me so happy. If not, I totally understand. If not, I totally understand. But
he is adorable.
He's so precious.
He's adorable.
Well, the real yeah. Shoot, wait, they have a chat name. Hold on, I swear to God, they might not be here. But I would love that. Look at the baby. Okay, I would love to make that. I was mentioning that I need an owlet wave hello, and
that's perfect.
Look at this. It's so perfect.
So good. It's so good.
Asking the Twitter replies. Oh yeah.
Oh. Fredrik is typing.
Yes.
No, it's such an adorable little thing. It would be a perfect emote. And even like it does the cartoon thing of getting that little almost temporary hand out of the wing.
It does, yeah. That reminds me, my good friend Vex decided to share their thoughts on what they think of wing hands and wing arms.
Oh.
I asked permission to show this, and they said yes. And it is the most cursed thing in the world. Okay. This is kind of like unofficial stream art. This must be shown. So here's a Rito, right? Baby Rito, right? Look at the fingers, the fingers, right?
Yeah,
very cute.
Works.
However, this is not how Vex sees them. Vex sees them.
You're about to show something
like
cursed,
this. They decided to draw their interpretation. Skin flaps.
Oh no! You.
Vex. They had to get this out of their head.
I don't approve of this.
That is how they see it.
I don't approve of this, Fredrik.
Oh, what's wrong?
I can't. They're not skin flaps. It's plumage.
And then also another thing, right? They see this, right? Here's the arm, and like there's the wing, and they make the part that is supposed to be fingers white. However, this only makes it worse because those are all fingers going up the side. They're extra little fingers.
No. We didn't need to see this, Fredrik. We didn't need to.
If I have to know this, so do all of you.
I thought it was us torturing them.
Oh no. I hurt everyone in my vicinity. You think that my pain is limited only to my viewers?
Well,
You're
now
scaring
I don't.
Clown Pubes. I like how Clown Pubes is like the local cat. You're scaring Clown Pubes.
Don't scare Clown Pubes. He's been through enough.
Just grabbing Clown Pubes and nestling their head. Imagine the grip strength. You can't unsee it. No, you can't. You are cursed with this forever. It's a mind virus. It is a new kind of woke mind virus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't still need to be there. There we go.
Okay. And let me... Wait. Okay. And let me check. Pulling up Tumblr because people post there as well.
Ooh, Tumblr.
Yeah.
True.
Oh
Sometimes
my
I
god.
forget Tumblr. Oh.
Foxy Wicked decided to do a little sketch.
Aw. It's
your turn in the barrel.
Scrum into belly fluff, but instead of a cat, it's just a guy who says clown pubes.
Yeah,
Mooney, precisely. Less awe. It's totally not a mimic. Yeah, totally not a mimic. You're in the barrel. I'm waiting. I wonder if there is like hentai of a barrel mimic.
I feel like there would be. If like at this point the internet is so big, if it exists, there is probably porn of it.
Probably, yeah. Thank you, Mooney.
Yeah.
And then also we have the Starry Feathers sketch page.
Ooh.
Learned that Skibidi Toilet is a thing with like more than one video. Yeah, there's an entire series.
Yeah.
Starry Feathers did not know.
There's a lot of episodes of that, I think. I want to say near 100.
There's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Also, wait a minute. Are we drifting in? Oh my god, you actually looked it up. The tank that we were in, the Kingspire. Rakadagadaga. Bam.
The accuracy.
It's Abrams. It's drifting. It is a Kingspire.
Nice. Aw, Starry Feathers did good.
This is sick. Oh my god, it's drifting. It's so good. This is sick. We were kicking ass in a Kingspire. And oh my god, the Kobold Thief. Stop, thief.
Oh, the little award trophy as well.
Mm-hmm. The Owlet Award. It's perfect. Oh. And, this is... Oh, it's the dwarf without a head. Right. It's Agate. I think this is... Or wait, no, who is this? Wait. It is owl without... It's dwarf without a head. Oh, the first casualty of the four... Oh, I saw the perspective was weird. Yeah, it is a rock falling on a dwarf. Okay, the perspective is throwing me off. But yeah, it's my first dwarf died to a cave-in because I goofed.
Aw.
Baby. Poor fella. Starry, this is amazing. Thank you.
Nice.
And Zander, thank you very much for coming and spending time here.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you all the Netherlings who came to check out the stream as well, and all of my owlets. I am very appreciative of all of you. Let me see.
Oh.
There are a few people that we could send you over to. Right there.
Oh.
There are a few people. Obviously, Mike is live. So if you want to go and check out Mike, that is 100% an option. Let's see. Like Mike, if you're going to go to Mike, please enjoy yourselves and please give him a little bit of the elephant is striking down the dwarf for us. And let me see. Who else? I'm thinking like there are some really good possibilities. You know what? Let's raid Hackerling. And get her over 1,000 viewers. I'm not forgetting anything, am I? I'm always forgetting something. Oh, it has been a pleasure having every last one of you. Thank you very much. We'll be back tomorrow. Plan changed a little bit. We are probably going to be watching a terrible, terrible movie with Ryan.
Nice.
Specifically, The Last Vampire.
I think I've heard of that one.
The Last Vampire on Earth. Terrible, terrible movie. It's going to be awful. Everyone, please, wherever you end up, enjoy yourselves. Please take care of yourselves. Stay hydrated. And I'll see you soon. Goodbye.
Bye-bye for now.